Still muted, goodness sake. There we go. Oh, everything's unmuted now. I don't know why that didn't happen automatically. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to Laurence Plays, where we are carrying on with Jen's first factory, and here she is. Here is Jen in this little box down here, and also in the box over there on the left-hand side. And I don't know why I'm gesturing around like this because you're watching her screen at the moment. Let's flick over to my view for a moment while I'm talking about this. In fact, let's pretend I know what I'm doing, shall we? There we go. Right, so let's hide what she's doing. So last week she went from having this little sort of starter area up here that still is probably making red and green science. And we decided that wasn't doing the research fast enough. So she's expanded out to this sort of area down here, where we've now got many more machines making the green science packs and the red science packs and feeding them all into labs down here. And none of this is running at the moment because sulfur processing has finished researching. So we're at a point now where, well, it's time to choose the next research and also time to choose what's going to happen next. So we'll pass it back over to Jen. Jen, what are you going to do today? Apart from be put on the spot.
Wow. I can be put on the spot. There was talk last week of us getting to blue science, so that would be perhaps a nice thing to aim for today.
That sounds like a good target.
We've got to see what sulfur processing does, and that has a blue vial there, so that's encouraging.
Yep, so one of the things that sulfur processing... Well, one of the things you have to do before you can do blue science is the sulfur processing, that's right. If you click on the blue vial there, then it'll bring that one up as a sort of this currently selected one, or you might have to double click, I can't remember. It's sort of one of those things. There we go. So there's a couple of other things you need to research before you can actually research blue science. So yeah, you probably might as well just carry on with those if you're working towards blue science at the moment. And then... yeah, have a look at what you've researched over the last few streams and think about what you want to do next.
Okay, so let's get that on the go then. So plastics is the next thing.
Yep, so you can click it there as well in the same way.
To look at.
Or over there.
Oh, you can do it from there.
Yeah, either works. That just selects it. You can select it from the big list in the bottom left, or you can select a specific one.
Get that on the go.
Okay. Right, so that'll now run. It probably won't take too long because you've got a decent number of labs all doing the research in parallel. So, yeah, I guess the next thing is probably have a bit. As I was going to say, is have a look at some of the things that you've researched. See if there's anything in there that feels like it might be. See if there's anything in there that's stuff you haven't played with and you fancy having a look at. And if not, then work out what's slowing you down and try and speed it up.
Okay, so what have we reached? What have we got here? Got an oil refinery.
That sounds like it might be useful.
It does. That's quite complex. It's got quite a few bits and pieces to that. Maybe worth. Oh, there's a second assembly machine.
Yeah, the second assembly machine is basically it's essentially the same as the first tier one, but it runs a bit faster and it can take fluids as an input as well. So there are you'll find some recipes require water or oil or whatever, and the assembly machine Mark II can take those in as well.
Okay, so oil refinery is a possible one. Chemical plant. Not enough ingredients. Can I see what that does? What the
So let's see. Where's a good example? Okay, if you go over onto the third tab, the intermediate products tab, and now if for example if you mouse over the gear, because we know about the gear already near the bottom. Okay, that doesn't say what it requires. So that can be that is the default. That can be built in an assembly machine. If you mouse over the iron plate. Second down on the left, another one you're familiar with. That one, it says made in steel furnace, stone furnace, steel furnace, or electric furnace. So that means, as you've discovered, if you want to make an iron plate out of iron ore, you need to have one of the furnaces. If you now go up to the top, the one in the top left corner, which you'll discover is sulfuric acid, you see at the bottom that says made in a chemical plant. So that one, if you want to make that, you need those ingredients, but you need to do it in a chemical plant. And the red background you're seeing on quite a lot of these recipes means you can't pocket craft these. You can't do that recipe in your pocket because it either requires fluids or it requires cooking things, and your pockets don't support either of those. So unlike things like iron gears, which you can make in your pockets, as you've done many times so far, you can't make sulfuric acid with your bare hands because that would be silly, apparently.
Okay.
So that one would need to be done in a chemical plant, and so on and so on. So for each recipe, you can see what it requires by mousing over it, or what you can see its inputs and what sort of machine you need to use for making it.
That's useful. Okay. So I feel like this was looking like something that we could perhaps work on next, making an oil refinery.
Okay.
Because I feel like that might be useful.
So if you look at
or the chemical.
Okay. If you look at the oil refinery, you might see there's a couple of things in there that you've not really there's several things in there that will be unfamiliar to you at this point.
Steel plate.
That's top of the
stone
list.
brick. Pipes we've only pocket crafted, right?
Yeah, we have played with pipes a little bit actually. Now I think about it, because we use them in the power area. Yes, but yeah, you're quite right. Steel plate and stone bricks you've not made yet.
Okay, so they're the first step towards the oil refinery.
That's right. Yes. And again, if you found it already. Good.
So we've got some stone furnaces already in there. Oh, in the meantime, I believe plastics is finished.
Yep, that's handy.
Let's quickly hop in there so we can get the next one started. All right, and then we want to get that one.
Okay. I think it might be. Oh, okay. So yeah, select from there. That works too.
Or that one.
Yeah, either way. It's the same thing. You can select it on either side, and it's exactly the same research. So that gets you red circuit boards, which are like green circuit boards, except they're different because they're red. He says helpfully.
I like red.
You're going to hate it too. No, it's fine.
Don't tell me that. I'll have to pick a different hair colour. Okay.
Yeah, go for
So we
green
were
hair because the
looking
circuits
at...
are easier. So yes, you're looking at making steel plates. So that requires iron plates, and you put them in a furnace, and you get out steel.
Okay.
Hello, Mike. Yes, I did a brief base tour at the start. It was it took a little while, but it wasn't not too bad. The base isn't too expansive yet. But yeah, the main thing we did last week was that you can see just below the bottom of the dialogue box on Jen's screen there. There's a nice long chain of machines making green science and red science, and they're all feeding off to a big bank of labs just off to the side. In fact, if I flick over to my screen, there you go. So you've got we've now got fully automated and mass-produced green science and red science, as you can see over here, all feeding over to a nice little science disco in the bottom corner. So that's going quite nicely. Yeah, it's coming. Things are coming on well, and we've got quite a healthy copper production system over here, and you can tell it's healthy because the belt is full. And then up here we've got a significantly larger and also healthy, but split into two iron production area. So we've got iron smelting happening over here and up here as well. And inserter production up here. That was another thing that happened last week. That's going well. And sort of basic automation over here we've got a couple of pieces we've got belts and underground belts being made up here and over here, and a bit of some steam power healthily chuffing away over here, and yeah, we've got a decent amount of headroom on the power over there. So things are looking good. Yes, lots of spaghetti. I mean, you wouldn't want anything else, would you? It's why we come to you come along to a beginner's stream. Interested to see what sort of wonderful spaghetti they're cooking up.
I like spaghetti.
He's delicious. I think we reckon that pretty much every possible way of building stuff in Factorio is some form of pasta. So, and
right.
She's escaping. Where's she going?
Maybe I'm up here.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking of starting furnaces up here, ready for your refinery.
Okay.
Because it's close-ish to, well, I don't know. That looks good in my head. This area is quite...
Yeah, there is some space here, so it seems like a good place to build. Okay then. Right. So what do you want to do? And remember, as I said before, if you want me to build stuff, if you put down blueprints, I'll go in and build it for you because I'm helpful like that.
Yeah. Okay. So.
For now, you're probably interested in just doing control. Right, to get rid of that, press Q, I think, to get rid of it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're probably best off just copying and pasting things for the time being, rather than trying to make actual blueprints. Although we can run through making blueprints if you want, but I suspect that's probably a little bit advanced.
I'm not sure we need that many going on for this because we only need 15 steel plate. Let me just find out. Oh, maybe these ones. Oh, I'm running away.
Rule 1 of streaming on this channel is don't listen to anything that Mike says. He's a bad influence.
Is Mike just giving me tips though?
Mike is giving you suggestions.
Oh, wrong one.
Whether they're good suggestions, I would not like to say.
Make me a horrific influence.
Yes, it's like a bad influence, but more so, I guess. Yes.
Okay. If we can, I don't know whether the electric's right for that, but if we can get
Would
some
start building that? Okay.
doodahs. Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll just get this all set up. Oh, no long reach.
Mike, are you showing your age now, or?
When you say cheaty shortcuts, do you mean things like having me do the building for you? Hello, Sophia. Welcome to the stream. I have to admit, I was wondering a little bit earlier whether there was some problem with the system going on because it was very, very quiet. But now other people have joined in and started talking, so I'm happy now. Oh, they're not using barrels shortcuts. Right.
Right, so we need to run some iron. We need to get some iron towards there, I believe, for the yeah. Right, so we need to get some iron ore, we need to get some iron plates built so that we can get that. Are you running around aimlessly or are you gone to do something?
I'm a bit of each.
Okay.
I'm not going to just go in and build things, and I'm not going to randomly tell you what to do. But as I said, if you put down blueprints, then I'm happy to start building them for you. So I'm trying to anticipate what I think you're going to want me to build for you, and get slightly ahead of it. It'll probably turn out that you actually want something completely different building, and I'll be completely wrong. But I'm going to try nonetheless.
Possibly. I think I've shown that I'm not very predictable when it comes to this.
Well, yeah, but
There's a few things you weren't expecting.
Think of it this is the as my challenge in this game. Your challenge is to work out how to play it. My challenge is, thanks for the resub, Doopy. Much appreciated. That's 17 months. Nice. That's a hell of a streak. Thank you very much. What was I saying? Yes. So your challenge is basically to make sure is to learn how to play Factorio. My challenge therefore is to try and guess what you're going to ask me to do next and be prepared for it. And we'll see how I get on with that.
What am I thinking? I'm thinking we need some drills. We need some drills, or can we use these? Have we got enough iron ore going on, or are we kind of using it all?
I predicted correctly. I've just given you some drills. I went off. I've been pocket crafting them.
Okay. So yeah, let's do a. How many do we want for this? Let's just start with like 4, I think. But rotate that. Rotate that after I put it down.
You can't, but if you press Alt D, that gives you a deconstruction planner, which you can then pull across it, and then you can make it disappear again. So yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And if you want to rotate a blueprint or something you create like that, press R. Yes, there you go. That's right.
I've done 6 now. Maybe I didn't need that many.
Rule of thumb is you can never have too many of basically anything. More is almost certainly always better.
And then I want that running to up there. So I can actually see it.
And she's off.
Right, my furnaces are building iron plate. Let me just check I've got that right. Dun, dun, dun.
Left, all the way to the left. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just getting it.
No, I worked out what you were doing slightly after, slightly too late. So, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So we need to get that, making iron plates, and then we can make steel plate with, yeah. What's the time? 3.2 seconds per thingy, and 16. So they'll be going a lot slower. Oh no, 16 seconds. Yeah.
One thing you might or may or may not have noticed: the steel plate requires 5 iron plates, so they actually run at the same speed. So if you have the same number of furnaces making iron and making steel, they will be balanced. So it takes 5 times as long to make a steel plate, but it uses 5 times as many of the ingredients, so they are quite nicely balanced.
Oh, so we need another set of these. Need to run the iron into here to make the plates, and then we need another set of these, which I can get my little minion working on. Go in there and then out there. Da-da-da. Yeah, let's go for that.
Okay.
Off you go.
Okay. While I'm doing this, you can have a think about the belts, I suppose. Oops.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, I've run out of some pylons. Do I have the ingredients to make more? Yes, I do. This is a mess. I'm going to redo the pylons.
What did I have on the other side of this? Oh, yeah, so that was plates. Is there enough room for this to pick up if I put this here?
Yes, you've got two squares between them, so you've got room for what? You've got room for an output belt and a separate input belt. You might have forgotten 1 or 2 things though.
Fuel.
Yep. Hello, Red Wraith. Yes, indeed. The base is coming along very nicely. We're on to now starting to try and produce steel. So yeah, I think things are going well here. Professor and apprentice. Yes, sounds about right. And hello, Hazer. Welcome. This is where Jen realises that actually you need to put something other than just iron ore into a furnace in order for it to cook.
Yes. Myself what I had going on. Right, so that was the other side of the belt. And we filled this up now with iron ore.
It's okay. You can pick stuff back up off belts relatively easily once everything's plumbed in and trying to put things in the correct places.
Right, so
She's off again. No, run away if you want. I'll sort of loyally follow you around. Bump.
Okay. Need to have... And the coal's over there. Yay. Okay. I'm running over here now.
Yep. The good news is that things like furnaces that use the fuel up don't use the fuel anything like as fast as they use up the ore that's being fed into them. So you can feed quite a lot of furnaces with a single belt of coal.
Right. So I think it might make sense to join this one up over there, almost like I planned it.
Okay.
So yeah. Let's do that.
You can do that, Mike, but that's far too mathematical. It's not probably at this sort of level of play. I suspect it's not really worth going into that sort of level of depth. And yeah, exactly. No nerds here, of course.
Oh.
Right. So there are a couple of ways to split. Are you trying to split the coal off that belt?
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to run this belt around over there.
There are a couple of ways you can do it. One is using the underground belt. So if I put this down like that, you can kind of see that on one side of the belt, the underground belt has a sort of a thing going into it. And this isn't really a documented way of doing it anymore. It's not the normal way. But you'll see if I run the belt up to here, just the coal is going into it because there's a sort of a wall bit on the underground belt. That used to be the only way to split belts apart. These days, you can do it with a splitter, which I don't have, and nor do you. I don't have the ingredients for either because I don't have any copper. BRB. The other thing you can do is put in a splitter like this, and if you click on the splitter, you'll see a user interface will pop up. There you go. And in the filter thing in the bottom right, if you click on that, you can pick an item. So in this case, you'd want to pick coal, which is presumably going to be in the intermediates, I guess. Yes, there it is. So you can select coal from there, and then you can choose whether you want the coal with the output priority. You can choose whether you want the coal to go out to the left or to the right. And at the moment it's going out to the left. So if I run across here again, grab all of that, you can see now you split it out. The coal is going to the left, and the iron is going to the right. So now if you have separate belts going off like this, they're taking the two different resources off in different directions. So this allows you to split a belt and turn it into and get the two different things off it. If there was some coal or iron on the other side of it, so for example, if I come along here and drop in some coal on the wrong side of the belt, then you'll see it'll still get split out and it'll stay on the right hand side of the belt, but it'll go out on the coal side of the splitter. So you can use that to make after you've put things onto a belt, whether they're on the same side or on different sides of the belt, you can use this to split them out again. Although, as I told you last week, if you've got two different things on the same side of a belt, you've probably made a mistake.
Yes. Okay. It's on the right side of the belt anyway, isn't it? As I want it.
It shouldn't matter, because you should. If you do the standard T-junction thing like you've done all the way down at the bottom of your iron furnace stack, it doesn't matter which side of the belt the resources are on, because they'll be forced onto the side of the belt you're putting it onto anyway. So as you see down here, it doesn't matter. The iron and copper, the iron ore and coal even are on both sides of the input belts, but they're getting forced onto the different sides of the output belt by the way you've arranged the belts together.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oops, running into stuff.
That's why we leave it there.
Right. That's going the wrong way, isn't it? Let's feed that into there. Take a bit more spaghetti.
Nothing wrong with a bit more spaghetti. That's what we're all here for.
You haven't given me long reach.
No, I haven't.
So.
If we mod the game, then you don't get achievements. So I thought I'd better leave it unmodded.
Ah, okay. No, it's not fun.
I see.
I'm going to regret this, I feel.
The good thing about Factorio is if you have regrets, you can just go back and undo them and pull them up and change how things work later. So it's not the end of the world.
This thing still kind of blows my mind every time I try and do it. T-junction thingy. For some bizarre reason.
Yeah, think of the inputs as being the arms of the T and the output as being the leg of the T. Hopefully that'll help you sort of visualize it in your brain and Yeah, understand it. So you want the inputs to be coming in directly opposite each other, and then have a belt going away from where they meet.
Right, so I need to move this. I need to get that over.
Nearly, very nearly.
Almost.
Almost, almost, almost.
Can you see the cogs turning?
No, that's happening in an assembly machine over on the other side, making the inserters. And click. There we go. Lovely.
Hey!
And because I'm a helpful fella, I'll pick up some of this iron ore that you've left. That's somebody left on the wrong side of the belt. There we go.
Perfect. Right, so that's that side cooking iron plates. And then that side was to do steel pipe.
Yeah, you don't need to program furnaces. They will just automatically they will just automatically cook whatever's being fed into them and happily pick it up. Happily pick up anything that comes past that's compatible with them, which is usually a good thing, but can occasionally cause minor problems.
These ones also need to have some coal in them.
Yes, they do.
Can I get the splitter putting it on both sides?
No. Well, yes, but you'd have to have got rid of the iron ore first. So you've sort of already done that. You've already done the bit of getting rid of the iron ore. Now you need to do the other part.
Mm.
Just realised I left Firefox open in the background and that was slowing the game down. So I'll fix that now. That was having Firefox running was actually stealing 10 UPS from the game. That's horrific. My computer should be capable of significantly more than that. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to see how I can get the coal on both sides of the machine.
Right. So there is so what you want to do is you've got a belt of coal and you want to split it. Can you think of a Factorio thing that would be useful for splitting?
Another splitter?
There we go. Sorry,
We
that was a
don't have
little bit patronising, but yeah, you might have to make one of them.
Little bit. Okay.
There's a fine line between not giving stuff away too easily and being patronising, and I'm happily jumping back and forth across it. Yep, it's on there. It's near the top right.
Oh, yeah. I've got a splitter and a splitter. A couple of those just in case I need another one.
Yep, sounds good.
So we need another splitter. Does it matter where I put the splitter? Do I need to put it over here where it needs to? Yes. Yes, I think
I
I
guess
do.
you could put it there. Yeah, that would work. It's not what I was expecting you to do, but in a way, it's actually better. So yeah. And yeah, that looks good. So that'll.
Where am I going?
I have no control over your character, with the possible exception of shooting her. Right. this system is absolutely fine at the moment. I will point out to you that it could break if you ended up with coal on both sides of the input belt, but for now it's absolutely fine. So now you just need to get it within reach of the inserters that are going into the top row of furnaces.
So I need longer reach.
That would be one way of doing it, certainly, yes. Remember, you automated all the inserters last week, so they're all just off to the southwest. If you want to go and grab any of those, maybe and south.
Southwest.
There you go. Oop. Yeah, no, you've run straight past them.
Oh.
Here we go. Yes, this is what. Yeah, you automated all of the inserter production over here. So you've got the long ones on the box you're standing on. You've got fast ones over here, and we didn't bother automating the or we didn't bother keeping a box full of the yellow ones because they are rubbish. So we decided we didn't need the. We could probably go straight up to blue inserters if we decided we needed them later. So you can, if you want to swap an inserter for a different one, you don't actually have to pull them up first. You can just drop a new one in directly on top of it, and it'll swap them over on the fly.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter. Picking up is absolutely fine. It's just slightly easier if you look at the arrow on it. Right, and look at the yellow line. That's too low. It's trying to pick up out of the light. So. Yep. No. Yep.
Oh.
Yep, that'll work. There we go. You see the iron. The steel icon has appeared on the first furnace now, so that's working. It is cooking the iron into steel, and it's taking a little while to do it because it's a slow recipe, as we said earlier.
So you said I could just drop it straight on, but it says inserters in the way.
Oh, I may be wrong then. I thought you could. Oh no, you're right. You can't. Sorry, I thought you could. But oh well, you've you need to pull them up first. That one's not covered by the pylon. So you see the blue highlight that appears when you're trying to place something. That shows you the area that power covers. Regular is pointing out in the comments that you can't replace a fast replacer long inserter onto a small inserter because they're different. So yeah, I was as I say I was wrong there. Yeah, I sort of just, I don't know, no. I thought they would probably work.
Okay.
Right, there you go. So now you're making steel and it's getting dropped on the floor up here.
Yes, it is. So I need a belt for that now.
You do, yes. That's quite right.
Or a pot. No, I need a belt. Hold on. What am I trying to achieve?
Yeah, probably want it to go somewhere. So a belt is good.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, regular. Welcome to the stream. Too busy correcting me to say hi.
Myself at no, it's okay. It's fine. Is that the right place? There?
Yes. Right. Steel is being produced.
Okay. So we are cooking those ones now.
Yep. So now that means you can now start building anything that requires that.
Now, which is my oil refinery. I also need stone bricks.
Hey Astrid, welcome.
And
Jen has now made steel, and she's now realised that she also needs to make stone bricks in order to make an oil refinery. So that's fun. There's always another thing that needs needed.
Okay. Got stone over this way, I believe.
Yes, kind of. It's not a great deal of it, but there is a sort of an approximation of stone. At least there was until it ran out of fuel. Some upgrades may be required over here, but fortunately you already know how to get stuff out of the ground. Oh, I've been putting lights down, Mike. So we do at least have those, but yeah, we haven't even invented concrete yet, let alone started using it in large quantities.
Right.
Since lights seem to be my responsibility, maybe I should put down a little machine making them more, making them in a slightly more automated way. What do they even need for? What do you need for a light? Iron plate, copper cable, electric circuit. Okay. I don't think I do have a beret. No, I don't. No, I don't think I do because I'm not actually French, despite my love of garlic. What does say lights were? Oh, yeah. Iron, copper cable, and green circuits. I'll put it over here. This will do. Necklace of onions. Yeah. My hats are all on the other side of the room. One moment, please. Let's make another box for these. I've decided it's okay for me to automate making lamps because I'm the one who's, but I'm the only one who's using them. There we go. How's it going down here? Have you? Oh, you've picked up the drills. Okay.
No, I was thinking of putting electric ones down.
Yep,
I don't know why.
No, that's a good idea. You don't want to leave burner anythings around any longer than you have to, because if you do, you have to feed them fuel. Whereas if you use electric ones, you only have to feed them electricity, which is much easier. Granted, you're turning fuel into electricity, but still, it's at least that's done in one central place, so it's not too bad.
Interesting. Right. So how many do we think? Maybe not 6. Maybe it's probably 6 just going to decimate it.
You can't put that there because the box is in the way. Still, you need to pick up the box first. Now, you don't need to copy it again. You can just press Control V and you'll get back the last thing you copied. Yeah, and there's no such thing as overkill in Factorio. Just I won't have to come back and rebuild this for a little bit longer.
Okay. Get building.
Bossy.
So that's going to get the stone up here.
Oops. I suppose I should link it over to the other patch as well.
What else do we need? Okay, so we need and we need pipes. We automated pipes yet?
I don't think so. No, I don't see anywhere that's making pipes automatically. I'm pretty sure all cigarettes are truly revolting regular. It's not just the French ones. I feel, for the sake of your sanity, I should probably point out that you've automated digging up stone, not stone bricks. Stone does not come out of the ground in brick form.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to put the thingy up there that makes the bricks.
Okay, good.
Near where I need my oil. I'm just... what I'm thinking is I could get you doing another blueprinty thing while I run the cables and stuff for that.
Okay.
I'm thinking. because we need iron gear wheels and electronic circuits, which I think we've got going on down here somewhere.
Yes.
I was just figuring
yes,
now.
it's iron gears over there and green circuits down here.
So, yeah. What we need? Copper. Do we? Yeah. So, right, so we need one of them. One of them, and one of them, and one of them.
Let there be light.
Yay.
And it was good. Well, reasonably good. Oh, that one's out. How's that out? What? What's the gamepad?
Are you saying what about what I'm doing, or
No, what I'm doing. Nothing to do with you.
Okay.
I'm spreading illumination.
Mike's really wanting concrete flooring.
Yeah, he has some funny obsessions, that lad. But you know, we don't kink shame around here. He can like his concrete flooring as much as he wants.
I just don't know where to put this. Where should I put this? Because does it matter? Am I overthinking it?
Probably. You're probably both overthinking it and underthinking it, which is probably impressive.
Yes, probably.
I mean, you're probably overthinking it from one point of view, but you're also underthinking it because you don't yet know what to think about.
Yeah, and I know I need to get copper in there, don't I?
Yes, you need copper and iron to make the green circuits, and you need copper to make the and you need iron to make the iron gears.
Are we making plenty here for us to use these belts again?
I'd say yes. I would say that areas that are making infrastructure, you can often put quite a lot of load on the belts because they tend to make it in bursts. You'll notice that with the exception of the lamps I've just started making down here, this whole area has gone to sleep because it's made enough fast inserters, it's made enough long-handled inserters. So you can put something else on the end, and while that's making the refineries or whatever, then okay, it might pull stuff through a bit faster, but then it'll fill up to whatever level you've asked it to build to, and then when you're making more inserters, you might not be making more refineries and so on. So it tends to balance out fairly nicely. Where you'll find that in theory you do get constant drain is for the science pack production. For that you probably don't want to start idly tapping stuff off because you'll throw all your ratios out. But that said, at this point it's all a bit sort of. Actually, I was going to say it's all a little bit arbitrary. It's not actually because we got the ratios right with for the science pack production down to the south. But yeah, up here it's just making infrastructure, so it's probably fine to use the same input belts I'd have said.
So if I stick that down there.
Yep.
We can get the microchips made because that's going to pick up that. All that needs.
Yeah.
Oh no, undo it.
Control Z.
I don't know why I did that. Control Z. Thank you.
It says all those computer shortcuts, they just work as you'd expect them to. I mean, it's slightly more complicated than that, but in theory, Control Z basically does what you'd expect it to do.
That's going to be doing that. We've got the so if we run those across, and that'll get those two going, and then maybe copy what we've done here as well.
Do you want me to start building that?
Yes, please.
I also am missing long reach. But never mind. I'll count it. Yeah, we can work through our struggles together. Right. So in case you haven't worked this one out yet, if you look at an inserter that's idle, like the two you're standing between, they wait with their arm in the position they're going to pick up from, so you can tell at a glance which way round they are. However, if they're if they're full of something, then they'll have their arm in the opposite position, but there don't seem to be any that are quite like that at the moment.
I need to go that far.
Right.
Yeah, just gonna fall off him.
Okay, so you have a machine over here scattering green circuits across the floor, and one here putting cables on the floor, and you've got cogs going onto a belt. So yeah, there's some progress has been made. Mike asks if you'll be joining us for the Space Exploration 0.7 run when that comes out.
Probably not.
I don't know. You'll be a proper Factorio addict by then.
Under me. This one's beyond me. Never mind space exploration. No. So what I was trying to do here was get that into there, wasn't I?
Yeah. So you got the copper cables are going in there, and you're successfully making the green circuits.
But it's also trying to take them out here. We don't need this one, do we?
Correct. So untidy.
Okay. Bum, 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 bum. So now I want microchips coming out of here, and these. Just remind myself. So I've got that. Steel plates, right? So we need to build the stone brick making machine and the pipe making machine, and run them all into a machine for the oil refinery.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, so where are we? Oh, just going to pause briefly to go and get some research started because it's flashing at me.
Dun dun dun. Blue science.
Ooh, blue science. Oh. Okay.
Very exciting. That's nearly done.
I can do it thing. Oh wow. Oh yeah, that's going really quick.
Yeah, this is apparently quite an easy research to do.
At least because it's Laurence phone. Burn. Okay, right. Stone thingy.
Yes, let's go get stoned. Or bricking.
Okay, so this can pretty much go straight into a stone. Do we need, how many stone things do we need? 10 stone bricks.
I'd say it sort of doesn't matter. You just if you build it up, think about that you might want to make it bigger later, and that's as far as you need to go.
Okay, so we need a machine. We need a machine. No, we need a splitter. Not splitter. Inserter. Is that enough room?
There is something I'm wondering whether I should point out to you. But I think you're about to realise anyway.
Yeah, I am. This isn't what I need, is it?
No, I'm afraid not. Where is stone brick? Oh, it's at the bottom. It's at the bottom
Do I
of the
need to do
logistics tab.
research?
It's on. No, it's on the logistics tab. The first one. It's at the bottom because because technically you can use it for flooring as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. I need some furnaces. Oh, what's the making time?
Good question. It doesn't actually. Oh, yes, it does. 3.2 seconds. Yeah, it turns out basically if you just pull things out of the ground, you generally can't use them until you've refined them a little bit. Now, actually, that's not quite 100% true because there are a few things that use stone directly, like making stone furnaces. Because if you couldn't make stone furnaces without making stone bricks, then you'd be in a bit of trouble at the beginning of the game because you wouldn't be able to get started. He'd have a bootstrap problem. Yeah, there were some random car noises outside. That it happens from time to time. I'm fairly close to quite a major road, so yeah. Trump.
Make that.
It's bothering me more than it should that all of these furnace stacks you've been putting down have got a gap in the middle of them. There we go.
Oh no.
Mm.
No. No, there's something wrong.
Afraid so.
Yes.
It's the usual problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Rage.
Ah. Hold on then, let me rethink this. Okay, I think if we take that up and put it up here, because we've got coal going on down here anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's run the rock up here, the stone,
Paper, scissors.
and build this again up here.
Nothing. I was just being unhelpful. In before you can tell because my lips were moving. Yeah, I've noticed you left gaps between the furnaces for the pylons, Mike. I don't know. It didn't matter too much, but I guess I liked being able to run along the whole strip and drop them all down, and it makes them that little bit more compact as well, which of course doesn't matter in Factorio because there is infinite space to play with.
Okay, all this needs to come up.
Fine. Such a slave driver.
I know. Get on with your work. Right. I'm just gonna run this up here.
I'm going to take Regular's advice as usual. I'm going to do a research because I'm going to start picking stuff up. I at least want to have a steel axe to do it with because it's a bit quicker. Bonk. Ow. At least it didn't fall off the cliff, I suppose.
Ah.
At some point, these T-junctions will become second nature to you. You won't even. Oh, you're doing a corner, not a T-junction. Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. I did an accidental T-junction that time. I'm sure I'll need another T-junction at some point, but I was just trying to do a corner at that point.
Oh yeah, I'm
Hello,
sure you will.
You've joined me now.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on you. Make sure you. I don't know. Just make sure you.
Don't cause trouble.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I'm just running along the poles now. The conveyor belts.
It happens.
Right.
Sometimes we do
I
it
need
deliberately
another.
because if you run along a conveyor belt that's going in the direction you want to go, you move faster than if you're just running along the ground. Especially when you get higher tiers of belts as well. So sometimes people do it deliberately. Sometimes you just end up standing on a belt and cursing because you don't want to be going where the belt's taking you. And in about 3 months, maybe a little bit less than that, you're going to get a research that allows you to not get moved by belts, but you don't get that yet.
I lost the plot briefly there.
You're trying to make stone bricks.
Yes, that was what I was trying to do. Um, so I need furnaces, stone, and coal. So I don't need all that bit because that's doing 2 things. So I just need this part and this part. Yeah. Okay. So I just need to there. Can I do that? And then I need to go. Not gonna let me do.
No, you're trying
See
to.
what I'm trying to do? No, because it's going the wrong way, isn't
I
it?
kind of do, but you've gone a little
Yeah.
bit weird because you're trying to bring coal in on the output side of it because of where you copied. You want to copy from a bit lower than that. You probably want to copy sort of from I can't show you easily from I suppose here to about here. Maybe down to here. Because that's the part that you care about. You've got an input, then you've got an input and an output going on, and you've got the merging of the inputs.
Okay. So from there to there.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. And now if you press F, that's like rotate, but that means flip, and it'll flip it horizontally. There you go, and that might be more useful to you. You're not going to be able to put it quite where you're trying to put it because remember you're going. You can't. You don't want to steal all the entire coal belt away. You're not going to be able to place it straight in. That's something you can put down and then link up to with the other bits and pieces you're going to need.
Okay.
Do you want to share your thoughts?
I feel like the belts are just confusing me. I feel like the belts are just confusing me at this point. Because I'm trying to get stone in there as well, aren't I? So
yeah,
obviously they're going the wrong way.
Your bottom belt there is your input belt for the furnaces. The top belt is the output belt. If that helps. You may find it easier just to rebuild the entire thing from scratch.
Scratch, yeah, maybe.
Or nearly scratch. If having the belts there is confusing you, then put the belts in afterwards if you prefer, or beforehand. Up to you. Oh, concrete is only behind green science, so all of Mike's whinging is something you could actually acknowledge. I'm not saying you should, but it is a thing you could acknowledge. I think you're probably overthinking this. Exactly where you put things doesn't really matter. As long as you've left room around them to link the belts in.
Okay, I just took it down there.
Okay. Shall I
stop procrastinating?
Would you like me to put the start building, or do you want to put the belts in first?
Let's stick the belts in first, because I need to figure out how I'm getting the coal. Oh, I can run that way. Can I run that way?
If you turn that belt, then it won't be it will no longer be supplying coal to your steel foundry.
No, but can I do another splitter?
Yes. Yeah, there's. Yeah, you can always add in extra splitters if you need to separate a feed off to somewhere else.
Nothing.
What are you thinking? I'm going to keep asking you what you're thinking until you get into the habit of just talking all the time like I do.
uh, I'm not sure anyone can talk as much as you do. That's what I was thinking. Will that work?
Yes, it's again, it has the slight downside that if you ever got coal coming down the other side of the belt, it wouldn't work. However, as your factory is designed at the moment, you're never going to get coal coming down the other side of the belt, so it's okay.
Okay.
Hello, Random Gecko. Yes, indeed, the factory must and is growing. So yes, we are making progress. You're holding down Shift, which means you aren't placing the
How am
belts,
I doing Ghost?
but that's okay because you're holding down
Yeah, I didn't know how to.
Shift. However, I'm here building them, so it kind of doesn't matter. But also, it's worth knowing in case you ever actually want to actually build things.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So
Gecko's right. So yeah, state the obvious, think out loud. That's how you become a real genuine streamer. Don't worry too much about. But essentially, yes, thinking out loud is the way to do it because that gives people can see what you're doing because you're transmitting the game. This isn't a radio play, but they can't see what you're thinking. So you have to. So that's what the voice is for. Is to telling them what you're thinking, and then they go, oh well, I wouldn't do it like that. Probably.
Fair.
But
Fair. Right. So now we've got the stone bricks we need. So the stone bricks are being made. And this was all so that we could get an oil refinery going. So we've now automated the steel plates, the iron gear wheels, the electronic circuits. So now we need to perhaps concentrate on the pipes.
Good news is pipes are really easy.
Excellent. One iron plate.
Yep, that's all it takes. It's just you take an iron plate, you wrap it round into a cylinder, and boom, pipe.
Boom.
Boom.
Was the ratio of this bit pretty
that's
okay as it
spot
was?
on.
So we don't want to touch that.
Draw your attention down to the south a little bit. You're making the iron gears, which take two iron plates. You could do something fairly similar for the pipes.
Okay, so if we put another machine here making iron pipes.
Yep, that sounds like a good plan to me.
Right. So we need to. How am I doing that? I'm definitely not pressing anything other than Q.
Oh, you've probably run out of belts in your inventory. Press E. Yes, you have. You've run out of belts. I'll give you some. I've probably got some spare. There you go. There's another 200 of them. That's probably why they have that turned off by default because it confuses people. But I just advise you to turn it on because it's a useful thing to have when you've got a helpful person who's going around building things for you. That's what I was taking.
Yeah, that totally confused me. I was like, I'm definitely not pressing Alt. Okay, so Q. No, not them. Belt.
Yeah, you can't get another one of me by selecting me.
Which one would win on the talking competition?
It would just be twice as noisy, probably. And when they started saying different things, then it'd get really, really confusing.
Making
Pipes. That's a barrel. which is like a pipe, but it's got ends, I suppose.
And then we want to run this somewhere because it's just going to stick it nowhere.
Pipes are also quite useful, so you might want to have that just output into a box as well, so that when you need pipes for your future constructions, there's somewhere you can just come and grab them from rather than having to pocket craft them all.
Okay.
Or just leave a pile of them on the floor, sure. Yeah.
I was about to do the box.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be rude. I mean, it's not going to stop me, but I shouldn't be.
Yes. Stop being rude. Nope.
E. Yeah.
How many of these do we need? Do we need this many? How many?
Not that many. I'd probably 5 stacks would be enough, I guess. Or yeah, it's all fairly arbitrary. You're going to get through a lot of pipes in the game, so if you overbuild now, it's not like they're going to be wasted. And even if they are, who cares? It's just the iron just flows and things get built. It's not too, yeah, it's not too much of a worry.
Okay. Right, so we've got pipes on the go. Ten pipes, electronic circuits, stone bricks, iron gables. Right. So we've kind of got everything being made, I think.
Yeah, so now you just need to chuck it all in a machine and turn it on.
And cook it. Right. And this is the bit where I've got things being made everywhere. So these are up here.
Yes. Yeah, dragging everything together is going to be fun.
Yes. Okay.
Might want to think first, decide where you want to put the assembly machine, and then bring the belts to it, rather than just sort of randomly moving belts around and then going, I don't know, the area's full of belts now and I can't fit an assembly machine in anywhere.
Yes, I was thinking of putting it up here, so I'll put the machine in first.
Okay.
Because, you know, spaghetti.
Bump. Ah. Hello, Conrad. Welcome to the stream. Where today we are automating the oil refinery. And actually, to be fair, automating several other things that we're going to need in large quantities at some point in the future, like steel and stone bricks and useful stuff like that.
We need to bring that and that.
Yeah. Remember, to make things a little bit easier, remember that belts do have 2 sides.
Yeah, that's what I just thought of, but
Cool.
so we need to run this one this way first, pick up the microchips, I'm thinking, rather than what I was originally doing.
Okay.
That makes any sense? So that's what I'm thinking.
I understand what you're
meaning. We need to rotate that, run that along there. No, they're on the wrong side of the belt. Ah.
Yeah, you don't want to mix stuff up on the same side of a belt. If for no other reason than because if you left this system running for an arbitrary long amount of time, all you would ever actually get through is cogs, because in theory the cog machine would fill up the belt, and then you'd never get any more. Then there wouldn't be any space on it to put the green circuits.
Okay. So we need Do one of these need to be a longer extender?
No,
Inserter.
no,
Oh,
no. If you put a long inserter in, then it'll just put it on the floor on the other side,
just put it on the
like
floor.
this. So that won't
How
help.
did we do this before? We've done this before.
Yes, you put two things onto opposite sides of the same belt multiple times before. Like there's this iron and copper belt that we're standing next to has got two things on opposite sides of it. Your coal and iron ore belts and your coal and iron plate for making steel belt and your I won't say the coal and the stone belt because that's been done sort of slightly wrongly. But yeah, down a bit further south down here. You've done it with the iron and copper.
Oh, of course, it's our T-junction thingy, which I loved so much.
You'll get there. You'll learn that one eventually, I'm sure.
Ah. No, that's not the area.
No, that looks good. Yeah, there we go.
Yay!
Lazy belt building, just standing on it and going for a ride.
Well, hold on though, because we don't want to use an underground thing when we don't have to.
Okay.
Ah. Okay, so I want to run this up. Where's my machine? Oh, it's up. So yeah, we want to run.
Looking promising.
I go all the way up here and then turn, I think, because then we can get other things in.
One up, one
that's
more
too
up.
close.
Yeah. What have we done in the last hour? So in the last hour we've got an automated. Let's flick over to me for a moment while I answer this question. We've got an automated steel production system going here. We've got automatic stone brick production going here. Neither of which are actually doing anything. They're just being made in preparation to go off and do make oil refineries. We've also done some research. We've researched all the way up to getting blue science available now, and that's as far as we've got so far. So now we're back over to Jen. She is currently building up a machine to make oil refineries, and from there we shall see how things go.
Okay, so we've got the cogs and the microchip going up here. So we need the steel plates and the stone bricks, I believe, if I remember rightly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those two and then pipes as well. So it's quite a lot goes into this one.
And pipes.
But
right.
Well, it's a more advanced machine.
My pipes were just putting in a box.
Yeah, but you can either have another inserter taking them out of the machine and putting them onto a belt, or you can have another inserter to just take them out of the box and putting them on a belt. Either is fine.
Wasn't that the same thing twice? I feel like I missed.
You can you want to have an inserter putting them onto the belt, but that inserter can either be taking them out of the box that you're putting them into, or it can take them directly out of the machine and put them onto the belt. So you could either have two inserters taking out of the machine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
With it, right? Okay. So where is that? So that's my pipe down here. So maybe it makes sense to combine this with this.
Oh, put the pipes on the. You mean put the pipes on the steel belt?
Oh yeah, because we've got the secondary.
Oh, was that not what you meant? Sorry.
Well, I just meant to have them both on the same belt. But I was thinking running this up and then getting it from here. But actually, we've got the other side of the steel belt that we can use. So if I run the pipe one up to here and do a T-junction to put it onto this side. And then run it up to the machine.
That sounds fine.
Now, need one going that way, and then that one needs to feed in there. Where's my dude? That low enough? I don't know.
Where are you trying to get to?
Here.
Okay. Well, put that belt in first, and then see what it goes to.
Can I get them out of the box? It doesn't make any difference on the speed if I get them out of the box as to whether I get them out directly out of the machine?
Correct.
Let's just stick it in.
Yeah, the only difference it makes is that if you do it like this, then you have a bit of a buffer in the in the box for extra pipes. But it'll keep that if you have an iron shortage, then it'll keep it running for a bit longer. So yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
Oh, that's on the wrong side. No, stop.
I'll grab these pipes for you.
No, wait. I've put it on the wrong place. Dumb.
Yep, afraid so. That's all right. You'll learn eventually. Don't click on it. I keep clicking on belts as well. It always does that. Have to admit, I'm not quite sure what I expect it to do when I click on a belt, but whatever it is that it does, it's not what I want it to do when I do it.
Oh my goodness. And then rotate. Still not going to work with that.
Now you're going back to where you were before now. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Well, actually, I'm not 100% sure what you're doing. So, oh, okay. Yeah,
Isn't this what I want?
Yeah, that looks alright. Yes. The only thing about that is that that piece behind the junction isn't actually required. But other than that, yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it was kind of to get it in my head, the T-junction-y bit.
Fair enough. Okay.
Right. Okay, so then I can put this piece back in down here, and I think that'll then work.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
The optimism. Well, I'm disappearing.
Is it working? Bye. Okay, right. That's doing what I wanted it to do.
Excellent.
So we want to run this up here. I can't reach again. Where am I?
You have, by the way, because of the way you dragged that across there, you've ended up with a piece of pipe and a piece of, what was it? I'm not even sure what the other thing was. A piece of steel going onto the belts and just travelling around into the other production systems. And that's because you dragged the belt up relatively slowly, so you ended up with a straight pointing onto the edge of this belt like that, but further over to the left, and so the pipes and the steel that were going up it dropped off and went onto the belt, and they've now disappeared somewhere into your foundry areas, never to be seen again.
I couldn't see what you were looking at then.
Okay. Have you got this? No, you probably won't have the stream up, will you? You see, so I'll put this piece of belt I've just put in here.
Yeah.
Because you did that over here. And that meant that, and it was there briefly while you were dragging across. Look, if I drag upwards, I'll get to there, And then if you pause for a moment before you go all the way across and it turns it into an underground belt, it's got time for some of whatever is on the belt that you're building to go onto the cross belt and then disappear somewhere into the factory. So, for example, you can now see there is a piece of pipe here. You might have to zoom in to see
Oh,
it.
I see. Yeah.
And there is a piece of steel over here somewhere on this belt. Now, it's not the end of the world. Neither of those things can be fed into a furnace, which means they will drift sort of slowly along the belt, but will eventually jam something up. So it's actually no, one single thing will probably be all right. But in theory, this could lead to the system getting jammed up eventually. So it's something to be careful about. I shall attempt to tidy it up for you.
Oh
no, that actually kind
yeah.
of works. If you put the belt back in quickly enough, then it'll be all right. One to the left. There we go. Oh no, it's not quite well. There's now a piece of stone on the upper half of that belt, so it's still a little bit dirty. Also, I've lost track of where the steel is on here. I think it's under here. I think I've probably cleaned it up for you over here. So, yeah, word of advice, if you press F, you'll pick up whatever is underneath you. And that can often help just sort of tidy. That's useful for tidying belts up. So and you can do it while you're running around as well. So if you press F now, there you go. You've picked up all the junk that was underneath you, and so now it's flowing clean again.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'd not clocked that. I would not have spotted that. Okay, so what was I doing? I was trying to get this to that one. Just trying to figure out which side to put it on, which is why I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to talk out loud. But yeah, just figuring out what.
Yeah, getting into the habit of talking about it when you're thinking does take a bit of doing. I will happily admit that.
Yeah. So we need that to go there. We still need the stone to come up as well.
Yeah.
So we run this one perhaps over this side, and then the stone can go up there. Is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
So we take that. Have we got enough room for us?
No, you haven't left any room for an inserter. Your inserter would go here, probably.
Okay. I think then we've got those going in. We've got. Oh, so we need something to pick up the electronic circuit?
No, the inserter is doing it now. It just had to put in 20 cogs first.
So we
and
do,
these yellow
in
inserters
which case we only need. We could use a faster inserter, couldn't we?
If you want, you certainly can. Yeah, it's not vital for this sort of thing. I mean, but yes, if you want to speed it up or get it running sooner, then you could use a faster inserter.
No. Turn too quickly.
Yeah, there is a grid you can turn on if you want, but it looks horrendous, so I tend not to.
Oh no! Undo it.
Now, it doesn't actually matter if you have two belts butt up against each other end to end like that, because they won't be able to output anything onto each other because, well, they just push against each other. But yeah, it's nice to be tidy.
Yes. Okay. And then we just need an inserter. I'm trying to pick it up from too far away. And we need to go that way into the machine.
Lovely.
Right, and then we need something.
So you'll see in a moment the machine will kick into motion. There we go. And it's building your first oil refinery. Dun dun dun.
Yay! So do we chuck that out into a box?
Yeah,
How
because
many
you
oil
might.
refineries do we need?
At the moment, not very many. At the moment, none. You haven't got anything to put in them. But I'd
Yeah,
say,
it's true.
yeah, not too many. At the moment, one stack will probably be enough. If you decide later it's not enough, then you can always increase it. It's up to you.
Okay.
But it's mostly just to stop the machines running forever and making a bajillion of whatever it is you're trying to make.
I'll just never need.
Yeah, every so
Okay,
often someone
I'm
will post
using all my resources.
exactly. Every so often, someone will post a screenshot on the Factorio subreddit where they've accidentally completely filled a box with, I don't know, radars or something, and you never need quite that many. And you never need that much. You know, radars is a bad example because you can use up that many. But I'm sure there are a few things that you don't need in enormous quantities, and so sometimes people make too many of them by mistake.
Right, so my next thought is we've got blue science, so we probably need to look at what the possibilities are with that.
Yeah,
And
that's of course good.
I've got no research on the go as well, so I may as well get a research on the go.
Both
Let's
sound like
have a
excellent
look
plans.
at um right. Oh, so what do we need here? Sulfur, advanced circuit, and engine unit.
Just to make things a little bit more exciting.
So then, what do we need with these?
Well, some of that looks familiar at
Plastic
least.
bars. Plastic bar, I don't think we've done before.
Correct.
And petroleum gas. We've not come across that before. We need a chemical plant. Okay.
Yeah, there's lots of new stuff. There's lots of new stuff for blue science. I'd say blue science is probably there are a couple of points in the game where there's a sort of a slight a noticeable bump in the difficulty, shall we say? And blue science is the first one of those. So this is going to be it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but as long as you sort of work towards it, work through it a step at a time, I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. I have every confidence in you.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a couple of extra. Actually, there's two new things at this point, and you've already done one of them.
Okay. Actually, petroleum gas.
Top middle. Yes, that one.
Crude oil. Oil refinery. Hey.
Yeah, at least those oil refineries will come in useful.
Okay. So we could get oil refinery. Have we made one now?
You have made 8 of them now.
Oh, how exciting. Okay.
There was no sarcasm in your tone of voice there whatsoever.
I had no idea I'd need this. Okay. So we can get an oil refactory on the go. Refinery even, not a factory. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I need to put some lamps in around here. It's going to get dark soon, and I'm scared of the dark. There we go.
Nope, don't need all 10, do I?
If you control right click, I think, then you'll take half of them. Or is it shift right click? Something like that. There you go. They've got 5 of them. I mean, it doesn't matter a great deal. It'll just make, the system will just make more to fill it up. So.
Where I put it? Oh. Looking here. Possibly go wrong.
Oil, wait and see. You saw what I did there. Right, so that takes in crude oil, and 5 seconds later it gives you 45 petroleum gas in exchange for your 100 crude oils.
Good. Crude oil. How do I do crude oil?
Crude oil is another resource which you have to dig out of the ground.
Ah. So is my oil refinery in the wrong place?
That's up to you. You will have to get the oil from where you dig it up to the oil refinery, and then you'll have to get the petroleum gas from the refinery to wherever you use the next step. Factorio is very much a game about logistics, and this is one of the logistics you're going to have to logist.
Good. Excellent. Uh, okay, good. Where's the oil?
Right, so the oil will appear on the map as a number of pink dots, sort of in a clump, typically. Each one of which is an oil well. Now, the observant among you may have noticed there aren't actually any of those on the map at the moment.
Ow.
So, yeah, you haven't
So I'm
found any,
stuck.
you haven't found any crude oil yet. So you might have to go looking. Put it that way. Hello, Tristan. Welcome. We've just got to the point where Jen has put down her first oil refinery and gone, I don't have anything to put in it. So, yes. Time for an explorer, as Regular says. So, yeah. It will appear as little pink dots on the map, but you've not found any little pink dots on the map, so that could be tricky. We have not made a car.
When we run this.
Yes, if you look at your mini map in the top corner as you move across there, you see the black is getting pushed back and is turning, well, in this particular case, is turning into blue. See what I mean?
Good.
Yeah. So that's you exploring out that way and basically finding that there's just water out that way. Hello, invalid function. Welcome. Why have you got a crown next to your... Prime, I see. Oh, right, okay, so... Yes. Well, I'd say we're doing quite well. Well, Jen has just discovered that she doesn't have any oil, so... but other than that, things are going pretty well. And she's... not only has she discovered she's not got any oil, she's also discovered that she doesn't know of any oil anywhere, and now she's lost in a forest. So, this may be a little bit tricky.
It's a very expensive forest.
That is a Spamalot reference. You can tell we're the musical theatre nerds around here. Yeah, if you look at the map, you can get a feel for what the sort of shape that the land is following, and yeah, it's this appears to be some sort of... I'm not going to say it's an island. It's more of a peninsula. So this might not be the best way to go. You're not going to be able to go. You're not going to be able to go further northeast anyway. Okay. Been here. Yeah, if you've been here for a couple of weeks, well, things have changed a little bit since then. So 2 weeks ago. Let's see. Last week we massively expanded the red and green science production, so that's now being produced at a good rate, I would say. And now Jen has discovered the concepts of blue science, and has also realised that she doesn't have any way of producing it, and also is lost in a dark and terribly expensive forest, as we've said. I'm just going to nip back to the back to the base and get some more iron plates for no apparent reason. I'll try and catch you up in a minute.
No apparent reason. I see.
Yes. Oh, you found some more resources. It's not the resource you're looking for, but it's still nice to have resources.
Yeah, nice load of copper ore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's this? Oh, why are they red? Did you say I'm looking for orange?
Pink, pinky purpley.
Pink. Oh, I don't like the look of the red things. I don't find any.
Oh, Tristan points out that if you scroll, if you go to map view and zoom in, you can see what you can get a view of what's there rather than just the map mode. Although it'll only show you the lighter areas, but if you zoom in a bit further, now just an example there, you see the areas that are reasonably close to you, that sort of within visual range, you can see properly, or you can and
I see.
so that gives you an idea of what you can see.
It pixelates when it goes further away. Ah. Not too sure I want to see the red things. But...
You're probably close enough now to use the map view.
Ah, yuck. Bugs. Okay, I'll leave those to it.
That seems like a reasonable plan.
Why is it going? Oh, am I in the map?
Oh, you're in the map
right.
mode still, so you might need to go out of map view. M again to go out of map view, and now you can start moving around again. Hi, I've come to join you. Keep an eye on you. Make sure you don't get in trouble.
No,
Thing, you
no.
know.
Yeah.
Doopy says, "See, friends. You found friends." Although he's put friends in quote marks for some reason.
Yeah. Oh no. Ah! Just shoot.
I saved your life.
Just shoot.
Sorry?
I couldn't remember how to shoot.
Oh, space.
Space. I was like, I know I've got guns of some sort.
Mike says with a bit of negotiation everything is fine, and Invalid Function says they just wanted some hugs. They're just being affectionate.
I'm sorry. I judged them on the fact that they were bugs and ran away.
Your health was going down as well, to be fair.
I didn't clock that. Oh, do you see that?
You have a green bar across the top of your hotbar at the bottom. Well, you don't at the moment because you're at full health, but if I shoot you a couple of times, you see you've got that green bar. That's your health.
I see.
And if you just wait a moment,
okay.
it'll refill itself. Like... Tum-ty-tum-ty-tum.
Right, so I don't want to go anywhere near them.
Danger hugs. Yes, you're getting danger hugs from the very clingy bugs. And that sounds like poetry.
Tie on.
I don't think we can't send them gifts wrapped in copper yet, Rafe. We haven't researched those. I was demonstrating a point, Tristan. It's perfectly acceptable to shoot your friends when you're demonstrating a point.
This is even denser wood.
Yes. A tip: if you zoom out when you're wandering around, you can see slightly further than your map, than the mini map shows, or than the exploration shows rather, which can be sometimes be useful when you're finding bugs. Yes. The real enemy, trees. Yes, indeed.
Hopefully this is far enough away from the bugs.
Yeah, they can't see that far. Certainly, I think if you're zoomed all the way out, they can see about half the distance you can see. You can see on your screen, I think. Sort of generally you get a sort of feel for it, and if they run towards you, then you might have to shoot them. Are you trying to stay near me for support?
No, I was just...
Okay.
I'd started running that way, and then I saw some resources down here, so I was just like, "Oh, we've got more resources down here!
Yeah,
Yay!"
there'll be you'll find lots and
Um,
lots of resource patches scattered across the world, and as a rule of thumb, the further away you get from the starting point, the richer they get. So that means they won't necessarily get physically enormously bigger, but each square will have a lot more of whatever the resource is in it.
oh, okay. More bugs.
Mm.
Where are you? Oil.
Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, I'm a lot.
Yes. I picked quite
Oh,
a. Oh,
woohoo! We only went round the entire
if you press M and zoom out, you can
place,
have a
pretty
look and
much.
see how far you've gone and think about what you've done. And think about how you're going to get it back, rather. There we go. So
Hmm.
it's some distance away. I'll go over and explore a little bit
Oh,
further because there's actually several pink dots over there. You got a total of 1,214% oil. The way it measures oil is rather weird. I recommend just not worrying about it too much. Just bigger numbers means more oil. Oh, found more water as well. Small lake. I defeated the tree.
fine.
Don't mind me. I'm just spending iron on trees.
Yeah, just randomly.
Just shooting things because fun.
Can you not? Can you save it for the bugs or?
Alright, so you found some oil.
Right. So oil. So I need to get the oil back. What have I got to pick up oil?
You can't pick up oil with an
What is
inserter,
it
it is a
called?
liquid. You also can't dig it up with a mining drill
I know.
because
I
it's
was
a
just
liquid. A pump is useful for transporting oil, but it won't get it out of the ground.
there's going to be a drill of some sort.
Yes, if you hover over a resource patch and press Q, it will tell you the appropriate thing to dig it up with. Or you could just find it in your crafting menu as you just
Oh, I
did then.
see.
So you did just find it, to
Oh.
be fair.
Ah, okay. Do we need to automate pump jacks or
It's up to, I mean, with all
do we
these
just
things,
chuck
it's
one
up to you.
over?
It's up to you. You can pocket craft a lot of things. There are a few things, as I said, that you can't pocket craft. Anything that involves liquids, you can't pocket craft. But pump jacks are just for getting liquids, so you can just pocket craft them for now if you want. That'd be absolutely fine.
Okay. How much oil are we likely to need? Is it worth
Oh, what sort of time scale are
probably?
you asking this question over?
uh,
Because if Tristan's in our
I'm guessing.
K2SE game, he could tell us how much oil we've got through in that to give you an upper bound. But in the short term, you're not going to need all that much. It's just but later on, you will need a lot more. So it depends whether
Need a
you'd
lot.
rather build up a big oil mine now, or oil field now, or just get yourself started and come back and do more later. It's very much up to you.
Just get started, I think.
Okay.
Allowed modules. Okay.
Oh yeah, some machines will take modules which make them more productive, run faster, or produce less pollution and use less electricity. At the moment, you haven't researched modules though, so don't worry about them. But they're just a thing that
Okay.
you will discover later.
Right, so I'm going to need some power over here. I'm going to have to run power from...
Oh, you've got loads of copper. Can I steal the copper you've got in your pockets? Sis?
Yeah, sure. How do I do that?
I've just done it. I was
Okay.
sort of asking permission rather than for you to do a thing. would you like me to run some power for you, or do you want to do that? Because I was just building up some mini pylons.
Yeah, yeah. Can you run some power, please?
Okay, I'll give you a few.
And then we need to get.
There's some pylons for you, so you get this area set up. I'll run some power to it. I mean, you understand the concept of how to get power from A to B, so this isn't too cheaty for you. Oh, there's a cliff here. Where are the bugs? Okay, they're there. Maybe we'll not go this way.
Did I miss?
Oh, I haven't plugged in the other end yet, so there's no power in these cables.
Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah.
But you can safely just assume that eventually there will be. Just isn't yet. Oh, can't reach.
Do you get oil out of pump jacks the same way as you do with the?
Oil comes out of pump jacks in the same way, in much the same way that ore comes out of mining drills. Yes. There was a cliff there. Ah, forest. Oh, Tristan's pointing out that you may want to rotate your pump jacks to output the oil in a different direction. That's probably something that would be quite useful for you to do. He's full of good advice. Right, where am I? Oof, still not far enough.
Oh, I think that's right.
So one thing that may occur to you is where iron ore is a solid, crude oil is not.
Yeah. So they're gonna need pipes as opposed to belts?
Mm-hmm. So much forest. That's right, we're working on oil at the moment, and yeah, we'll get there. Oh, Tristan's also pointed out that you can, I wasn't watching your stream because I was concentrating on running this cable, that you can also rotate buildings after they've been placed, unlike in certain other games I could mention. So you don't need to pick it up again to turn it and put it down again. You can just hit R on it when it's down there.
I wish I'd known that ages ago. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dogmull. This is Dogmy. Sorry, this is indeed Jen's very first time ever playing. This is her very first game of Factorio. This is stream 3 of her first factory, and so yes, she just got onto oil and also just discovered biters, which is a very exciting pairing. I'd say pump jacks are a lot like drills in that they pull a resource out. They pull a resource out of the ground. Yes, it's their exact mechanism for doing it is slightly different, but they're basically exactly the same in that they pull the resource out of the ground and they output it where the arrow is, and then you have to deal with it from there. Okay, you should have power now, by the way.
Amazing. Wow, that one does. Have I not put that one close
Yeah,
enough?
they're both running. It's just the one on the left has filled up its internal buffer, and so it can't pump anymore.
Oh, okay.
Until you give
It
it
needs to get
somewhere
it
to output
out.
it to.
So, yeah. So, pipes, are they above ground or are they underground?
They are above ground. However, you can also make underground pipes. So if you have a look in the logistics tab, you will see 2 types of pipes. There is pipe and pipe to ground. Let's make a few of those and I'll demonstrate them. So a pipe you can lay along the ground like that, and it is a pipe. You've already played with these. You have a vague idea of how they work. The pipe to ground, you stick on the end of a pipe like that, and it's just like an underground belt, except it can go a bit further. So you could do something like that with it, for example. And now that pump jack is able to pump out into this underground pipe. And if you mouse over the pieces of pipe over there on the other side, you'll see there is some oil in them now. I should pull them back up again. So yes, basically you can build pipes. Underground pipes are made out of pipes, and you can link them together like that. Oh, and to join pipes together, you just simply run them into each other. So if you have a pipe like that and you run another one in on a T-junction, then it'll join them together, and you can link them up however you like this. And it'll
Does it make sense to have
automatically
this?
place corners as well and stuff like that.
Okay.
So the thing is, any two pipes that are touching will connect. So if you have a pipe running like that and you want to run another one along next to it, you can't because they'll join together like that. So you need to leave a gap between them. Or use underground pipes. Underground pipes do not connect to each other side to side, only end to end.
Okay, so does it make any difference where we put? I know, because they're over oil patches. It's all right. Ignore me. I've just took myself out of what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah. The pump jacks have to be placed on the oil patches. They won't work
on the oil patch.
Because they need to pull the oil out of the ground, basically.
So we need to run the pipes up to our oil refinery.
Yes. The pipes. The crude oil needs to be taken to an oil refinery.
How many pipes are we going to need for this? Do we need a pipe making machine?
You have a pipe making machine.
We have one, don't we?
Yes. You will need a large quantity of pipes will be required. It's quite if you want to run a pipe from here back to the main factory, that's going to be quite a long pipe. Yes.
There
are a couple of kinks in my power lines. That bothers me ever so slightly, but only slightly. There were trees in the way. What could I do?
Right. So pipage.
Pipage.
Pipage. How many is our pipe making machine making?
I can't remember.
Up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a long way back. You can either follow the cables or you can run cross country and go a different way and cut the corner off and go closer to the biters. It's up to you. That's a cliff. It was kind of in the way.
Yeah. How did you get around the cliff?
Magic. No, I went round the cliff. If you go just to the west of it, then yeah, you can get through like that. Or to the east. Either works.
To the forest again.
Now, one thing you can consider is when you get to the top end of here, you will be where the pipes are. You could start building the pipeline from the factory and head back down towards the mining outpost if you want. It's up to you. Basically, you can do whatever you like. It's a sandbox game. Ow, that's a tree.
Look at the forest again. Oh, there we go.
If the trees are annoying you too much, you can dig a way through them. You could just make a path through if you want. Oh yeah, Dogmai mentions that you can't walk through above ground pipes. So if I put a row of pipes down in front of you, like that, you won't be able to run through the pipe. However, if you replace the middle section of it with an underground pipe like that, then suddenly there's a gap. Underground pipes are slightly more expensive than above ground pipes for the same distance. Okay. Have I done you a disservice? I might have done you a disservice. There's only 500 pipes in here. Maybe it should have been a lot more than that.
So we don't have enough pipes.
Or no? We have a quantity of pipes. You can certainly get started and see how far you get. I wouldn't like to say. I'm not quite sure how far it is. Hi, Slovenian. Yeah, only 500. I might have been a little stingy with the pipes. I can grab them off the belt here. There, that gives me a few more. And also out of the box here, which I was sort of expecting Jen to do, but never mind. Stop running away from me. I'm trying to give you some. I'm trying to give you pipe. That sounds wrong.
Okay.
There you go. There's. I'm not sure how many pipes that was, but it was several hundred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 676. That's a good start.
Okay.
And we've got the machine down here making pipes as fast as it possibly can. I'll even upgrade these inserters to blue inserters, so we can get the pipes out a little bit quicker. All right. So yeah, pipe away. Yep, that's a start. 499 to go. The other thing you could consider is
just get running.
Yeah, basically, is the other thing you could consider is whether that's where you want to have the oil refinery. If you could decide to put the refinery somewhere else if you want.
As in down near my. Then it'd lose less pipe. Make more sense.
Although it's producing methane. No, it's not. It's producing petroleum gas. It should be producing petroleum gas. It looks like it hasn't been configured yet, which also needs to go in a pipe. So, swings and roundabouts.
Okay. So I'm not really saving anything either way.
No, but you could put it at the south end of the base instead of the north end of the base, and then run the pipe from the oil field back up to the base. It's I don't know. I don't want to sway your thinking too much. But I'm just trying to make sure give you a bit of sort of some vague ideas and minor suggestions, that sort of thing.
Okay, so we place it. Tell you what, let's place it over here. Then we can follow as well, roughly, the pylons to get back to where we were. Maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Might be worth it. Where's my refinery? My oil.
No spoilers, please, Dogmy. That's she doesn't. There's no way she can know that yet. So we're trying to keep this as a beginner's game without her being told things that she won't know, shouldn't know yet. And a bit of backseating. If it's stuff she should already know, or sort of little things that the game doesn't make obvious, then that's okay. But but basically try not to give things away. Is what I would say. You're leaving gaps in your pipe, by the way, and if it's not. So belts will always run in a perfect straight line. Pipes will not. So you've got this sort of weird kink going on here, and where it went through where you tried to go through a tree, you've left a gap as well. Sorry, gap is here. Kinky bit is here.
Okay.
So it needs doing a long pipe run does take a little bit more care and attention. You may need to demolish some trees. You may need to make sure you don't get nudged off course by running into a tree. So you can just drag straight across there and rebuild the pipeline. And then remove the bit across the top, and then bring up a bit across the top. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. The rest okay? Is that the only bit that I did that on?
I think so. Yeah, it looks good.
Hard to see where you're going, because am I going to run off a cliff?
You're going to run into the cliff, yes. Try and position, maybe get your character ahead of where you're trying to build, and it'll give you a slightly better view of what you're trying to do, what you can see. Because you were building sort of all the way over to the left, basically as far over as you could see at that point, so it was difficult. Here it might be a good place to use an underground pipe to go under the cliff. Or you can go through the gap, that works too. Right, this is going to be tricky because it goes into a forest. So what you might want to do here
Yeah.
is chop. Is what you can do. Here's a useful trick. If you get your mouse at the same level as where the pipe is going to go, but slightly in front of you, and you can't see what I'm doing, but I've got my mouse cursor here, basically roughly where you're standing, and you hold down the right mouse button, and then you run in the direction you want to go. You will get stuck on any trees that are going to be in the way, and so you'll go through chopping them down. Yes, like that. So now, once you've gone through the forest like that, you've cleared a path, and you should be able to run through and put the pipes in without any difficulty.
So.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, basically, if it's sort of something reminding her of something she should know, or pointing out something on the screen, that sort of thing, then that's fine. But don't tell her about things that are much further on in the game than we've got to at the moment, because that's spoilers, and that spoils the fun. The joy of cliffs. Not factory. Gosh, yeah, you can't demolish cliffs with your axe. That just won't work. So may have to go around it a little bit.
I see. Oh.
If you hold down the right mouse button, your character automatically stops when they get to something they can pull up, and you can use the same trick for pulling up long strings of belt or pipe as well. So for this pipe, for example, if I right click and hold on the first piece of it there, and then I run up it, you see my character is moving in a slightly jerky way. That's because they're essentially picking up each piece of pipe, then moving, then they'll move again, then they'll pick up a piece of pipe, and so on. So you can do that. You can do that if you're picking up long strings of things, whether it's trees or pipes or belts or anything like that, or even just a big long row of assembly machines. It works in exactly the same way for all of them.
Nope. Something's not working there.
Sorry, I came to help. So again, get yourself in line with your pipe, like I am at the top here.
Nice.
And then put your mouse ahead of you in the direction you want to go in. Hold down the right mouse button and just run south. There you go. And you'll make your way through the trees as you're doing there. Spot on.
Okay, I think it was because I was perhaps the mouse wasn't in the right place or something, but
Yeah, probably. Also stuck in a terribly expensive forest. How close are we? I noticed you're down to your last 200 pipes. I'm just wondering if we're going to make it. I'm furiously pocket grafting some more for you. Tell you what, do you want me to run back up and grab some more pipes? Because I suspect you're not... Actually, no, I think you might just make it. Especially with the extra ones that I'm making. Maybe. Yeah, you've got 260 now.
oh no, there's a cliff. There.
Ha! The cliff will need to be circumnavigated. Where's this tree? Is it you? Yes. Okay. You see why Factorio players refer to cliffs or trees and cliffs as the real enemies in the game.
Yes.
The good news is eventually you'll research other ways to deal with trees, shall we say, and various other enemies as well. Nothing is insurmountable with sufficient science. Oh, we've lost a pylon. You're right, we've lost a pylon. I'll stick it back in. There we go.
Oh man.
Tree. So one thing I haven't told you
You're gonna have
yet.
to do an underground.
Yes, that. Spot on. Did I give you any undergrounds? No, but you can make one. Or some. So undergrounds are made mostly out of pipes. So the more of them you make, the fewer pipes you'll have left for doing other things. But they are quite useful for going underground. So you've made some. They're in your inventory now. You've got 14 of them.
Yeah, I keep pressing the wrong side. I was trying to pick one up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there. These need to be put in the correct way round, though, so you'll need to rotate it. You'll have to go round to put it in there.
Oh man. Oh, wrong button. Is there any way around?
Do you remember what we told you the other use for underground pipes is? They create gaps in the pipes which you can run through.
As in run through the pipes?
Or to get past the pipe. So if the pipe is underground, you can run... So here, I can't get through the pipe. But if there was an underground pipe here, then I would be able to. I can't clear the trees, it's out of reach. So if you pull up a couple of pieces of pipe here and start your underground pipe a bit sooner, then you'll be able to get through here in order to get then round here where there's a way through.
Oh.
Which you found on the way up beforehand. So if you put... Yep, that's right.
And there. And then... That's what you mean?
Yep, that's good. And then you can put the other end of the underground pipe somewhere up on the top of the cliff. Yeah, that would do. Right, so those are now linked. If you mouse over it, you'll see those yellow dashed lines appear again. With your hand with an empty hand, get rid of the one in your hand. Press Q.
Oh.
Right, and then mouse over that. So you can see it shows you that those are joined up, and it will do the same with underground belts as well. So if you ever see an underground pipe and you're trying to work out where it goes to, you can check it like that. You can also use that to make sure that the pipe is connected if you're a bit worried about it. So there you go. There's a nice nice underground pipe. I think you're having tree problems again.
True. Yeah.
That's not too bad. There's only one gap. I couldn't see you in amongst the trees then.
I'm just hiding. I don't... Did that.
There's a gap up here. Yeah. It's alright. I'll fill it in. It's fine. You've understood.
Okay,
you've understood the concept now. So I'm not going to force you to do every single one manually all by yourself. Oh yeah, Dogmai's point is mentioning that if you place an underground, if you have an existing normal pipe like this, if you place an underground pipe along part of it, so like this for example, it will automatically pick up all the ones that you've just replaced, which is quite clever. Did you see what I did then? Did that make sense? Do you want me to do it again more slowly?
No, it didn't make sense. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
if you place if you have an existing pipe and you think, oh, I want to put a gap in it, you can just put in an underground pipe like that at the bottom, or one end of the gap, and then at the other end of the gap, and it automatically picks up all of the pieces in between. So you don't have to go in and delete them all. And it's sort of. It puts them back in. Technically, it puts them back in your inventory and replaces them with an underground pipe. But yes, essentially, it just pushes the whole thing underground for you. And yes, belts do the same.
Cool.
Right, so we now
Okay.
have a ridiculously long pipe. And you still got 30 pieces
Yes.
left. So, okay, I did chuck an extra 60 or so in your inventory, but it has meant you've got enough. So that's good. All that extra iron I picked up for no apparent reason. I actually found a reason.
I think this is in the way, isn't it?
Not necessarily. You could go around it, or you could move it. It's up to, either is up to you. And you're in the way. Shift your butt. There we go. Oop, oop. Suddenly, pipe. Right, and if you mouse over the pipe, you'll notice that despite the fact that all these things with an empty hand again, you'll notice that on the right hand side, even though the two pumps are pumping into it quite hard, the pipe is only about 5% full, and that's because each section of pipe can store 100 of a fluid, and so it's just chucking it into there at the moment, and it's gradually filling the pipe up in a sort of similarly to the way that belts fill up as stuff gets put onto the beginning of them. But the fluid mechanics is a little bit weird, so stuff is getting chucked into the pipes, and it will make it all the way up to the other end. But because it's a really long pipe, the flow may or may not be amazing, and we might need to do something about that in the future. But for now, I expect it'll be okay. So, yes, you've now discovered crude oil and started digging it out of the ground. So this means the Americans are about to invade, probably.
Excellent. I've just noticed the research has stopped, so may as well get something on the go there.
Makes sense.
What do we need? What do we need?
What do we need? And there are many, many options. Anything that requires blue science you can't do at this point, of course, because you aren't making the blue science. But they are available. But they're sort of available in a way to say these are things you could research now if you had some blue science packs from somewhere. Yeah, what do you fancy?
What do I fancy?
If you'd like me to tell you about stuff, then please do feel free to ask, and I will give you a summary. And like for example, that one is called weapon shooting speed. That makes your weapons shoot faster. Some of my answers might actually be useful. No promises, but they might be.
Flammables? What are they used for?
Okay, so flammables doesn't actually get you anything all by itself, but you see it's the first step to unlocking. As you see underneath it, you get flamethrowers, rocketry, and rocket fuel. So,
as we woken the bugs up now, is it worth sort of starting getting things like that going?
if you want,
Or is that
I'm trying very hard not to advise you, not to say you should do this. Oh my God, why have you not done this yet, or anything like that. So
yeah. Okay. I will get that one on the go.
Okay.
Because we've now seen the bugs. Don't like bugs. Okay.
Bugs.
It was too much Starship Troopers.
Yes, they are quite Starship Troopersy.
Okay.
Right.
I need to take stock again. Where was I?
So you were thinking about blue science. Oil. Or is that too many steps back up? Back up the proverbial.
That was why we got the oil. Is everything that joins in together? It's kind of going right. What was I doing this for? Because I was trying to do something else. What was I trying to do?
Yeah. Factorio is very much like that. You will find that you will go. I want to do this. Oh, but that means in order to do that I need to do this. But to do that I need to do this other thing. And but to get that I need to do this and that. And to get those, yeah, it's very very much like that. There's lots of. There's always going to be sort of a list of steps you need to go through to get whatever it is working. So yeah, get used to it. That's just how it is.
So we want... Right, yeah, that's what we're doing. So we started that so that we could start the sulfur. I think.
Yes.
No,
Well,
that.
yeah.
That produces the petroleum gas, which produces the sulfur. And now we need the water for the sulfur.
Yeah, water is fairly easy. You've already managed to obtain water, granted for something else, but you do know about water, so it shouldn't be too hard to get more of that as you need it.
Okay. Chemical plant, then. Made in a chemical plant.
Oh, I've broken your webcam. Ah.
Mine?
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'll fix it. There we go. I fixed it. He's okay. I can all see you again now.
Okay. Chemical plant, then, maybe?
Okay. Yeah, chemical plants
I'm
are indeed useful.
gonna run back. Oh no, you can't run around your oil. Oh,
Yeah, you can't
that's
crawl
why
through
you're
your
going that
underground
way, isn't
pipes.
it? Boo.
Uh-oh.
Wondered why you were going that way.
Ah!
What? What?
I've
Are
acquired
you being
biters.
killed?
Yes. I died. Ah. Oh, conveniently, the message popping up... Oh, no, the message popping up saying I've been died is hidden underneath chat. Alright. Oh, and I haven't got a long reach, so it's going to be difficult to get my stuff back. Oh, that's annoying. There's something sort of amusing and something like that about me being the first one to get killed, when in theory I know what I'm doing. First death of the game, indeed. We've not even covered turrets, let alone turret creep.
This is a long way to run.
Yeah, if only there was a technology that would help with that.
Oh no. Come on, I can clearly get through there. Okay.
You know how I said if there's anything that you find irritating or anything like that, there's a pretty good chance you can. There's a research that will allow you to fix to get around it. A long way to run is one of those things.
Okay, so we need some vehicles.
Sounds like a plan. Have we researched cars?
We got some stuff. We researched something else.
Yeah, we did. We've researched two forms of transport. Have a look at. Was it in? Oh, there we go. Yeah.
We've got locomotives.
Also on the next line.
Rails.
Down one.
And cars. You mean cars?
Okay, Function. Well, thanks for stopping by. And if you want to catch the rest of the stream, the VOD will of course be on YouTube. If assuming we survive long enough to, yeah, no.
Right. We might have to get some cars on the go then.
Cars are one of those things that are probably worth just pocket crafting because you don't need very many of them. You need one each, and except when you make a mistake, when you then need a second one, until you make another mistake and need a third one, and so on. Tristan says, "Try not to let me die too many more times."
I'm not in control of him.
This is true. She has very little control over me.
Engines. Which we can't pocket craft.
Correct.
So we need these things.
You will need engines for other stuff. Like blue science, for example, top of the list.
Okay, and we need different types of assembly machines. We think we've only got
You've only got one of them. No,
One
you can
tool.
make, it means that means you can make it in
Oh, you
any
got
of
two.
them. It doesn't mean you have to have all of them. It means you can use any one of those.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, fine.
Astrid is talking about Minecraft to distract us from our pains.
Okay. Steel plates, iron wheels, and pipes.
Those sound very familiar. I have a feeling we've got all of those in more or less the same place already.
We've got all of those, haven't we? We did that earlier. Let's go find that.
I'm not sure, regular. I can't think of any other examples of things you can't handcraft that don't have fluid ingredients. But I wouldn't like to say for sure. I could certainly believe it, though. Bump.
I know. Sorry. Steel plates, iron gears, pipes.
Oh, red circuit. Can you not handcraft red circuits? You can. No, you can handcraft red circuits, but you need to have the plastic. So you can. So as long as you've got the plastic, you can handcraft them. But yeah, I don't see any other examples. Oh, cooking things, of course, requires a furnace. You can't do those. You can't do plates in your pockets.
So we need to emulate or use this. No.
Well, furnace recipes don't count, so why not? Why don't furnace recipes count? They're the only. I think they're the only thing that's made in an assembly machine that doesn't require fluid that you can't pocket craft. Yes. As far as I can't think of any other examples, but that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't any. It just means I can't think of any. It's been a long time since I've played vanilla, so I could easily have forgotten. What you thinking,
Okay,
Jen?
so
I
we've
can see
got
a light bulb.
everything. So yes, yeah. So we've got everything we need over here being made, and it seems like we've got quite a backlog on all of these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
because
can
you've made your
we?
10 oil refineries, and so you're basically okay.
So what I'm thinking is build something over here to nick, to make the engines.
Yeah, that sounds like
Is
a
what
good
I'm
plan to
thinking.
me.
Um,
I mean, I'll agree with anything you say, but it certainly sounds like it.
I'm just trying to work out where's best to put it to grab everything from. Just literally. Do we need any of these anymore? Do we just replace this, or would you?
You could do. And you're not going to need you will probably at some point end up rebuilding it, but that might be quite a long time in the future. So, I mean, it's up to you. Do you want to make it future gen's problem?
Would make it future gen's problem. Future gen will hate present gen.
In theory, future gen will be a little bit better at Factorio, and therefore we'll have an easier job of rebuilding it. But I probably shouldn't encourage present gen. That could just be a bad influence.
Yeah. Or can we just move this around so we can fit another machine in?
That is also a possibility.
If I just pick up these pieces and run it this side, then maybe we can fit another machine in there.
So which ones? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when you said that. Just go ahead.
So
go ahead with it and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Sorry, I'm in the way. Actually, no, it's not me that's in the way, it's the pylon that's in the way.
That's not big up from there.
No, one more. There you go. Yeah, I agree with you, regular. It is a little bit arbitrary that you can make a nuclear reactor in your pockets, but not a not a car engine. I'm not going to argue with you there, but I'm sure there's some sort of deep and meaningful game balance reason why. Chug, 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 chug.
We need to put this somewhere.
Yeah, otherwise it'll make like 3 of them and then just stop.
Can we collect these in a box, or do we need to take them onto a...
Why are you making engines?
I'm making engines because we were trying to do a chemical plant. I need to start writing this down.
Yeah, just have a stack of paper in front of you. And each time you want to do something new, you put another piece of paper on top of the stack. And
is that what we're trying to do? Was another step. Was there another step?
No, I think you were trying to make a car.
Car engines, yes, cars. We were trying to make cars. We were. Yes, so we need 8 engine units per car.
Yes.
Iron plates, steel plates. Steel plates. We need loads of cars. Is the question.
How bad is your driving?
In reality, it's quite good. I don't know about in Factorio. I might be terrible. Okay, maybe a box for now. Let's see what.
I think I would say given that the machine has stopped running after making 4 engines, and it takes a little while to make engines, you probably want to have at least some going out into a box. So when you inevitably smash your car up and need to come back and get another one, you've got some engines ready and waiting for you. It depends what you drive into, mostly regular. Yeah, I mean, yes, if you drive your car into a pylon, the car is probably going to win. But if you drive your car into a biter nest, the car is probably not going to win.
How many? See how we get on with that many.
Yeah,
okay,
that's quite a lot. But after being way out when I said, yeah, you probably only need 500 pipes, I'm going to keep my mouth shut, to be honest.
Okay, so we've got the engines going on, which makes us get cars.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a side quest. You were thinking about blue science.
Yeah. So with blue science, we were. Where have we got to? Look on blue science. Remind myself. Sulfur. Yep. So we needed water to create sulfur, and we needed chemical plants.
Yes.
So chemical plant and water.
It's a building, so yeah, production.
Yeah.
That's a familiar set of ingredients.
It is. Steel plates. Pipes. Oh yeah, okay. We've already got everything running down here.
Mm-hmm.
There's those and those. Again.
Yes.
So you can probably hear the cogs turning, not just in Factorio, but in my head.
Yeah, I can see the cogs flowing along this
Trying to
belt. Does that
work
count?
out. Yeah. So I'm just trying to work out where we can go
Yeah.
with this. Um, we've got this space here, which we can then just get these to it. Oh yeah, maybe run right round there. Okay, I'm thinking put the can I copy this?
You can. I'm not sure whether it's
This
worth
situation,
copying.
but oh, spaghetti. Is it not? It's not worth copying.
It's up to you. I mean, the functionality is there. I just think it's for a single
Okay.
machine. It's probably not worth it. But I mean, it doesn't matter. There's no harm in it. If it helps you think about it, then do it however you like.
So we need to grab that and then into there. Put that there, and then put one of these to go into it.
Yep.
We need that to make a chemical plant. And we need the cogs and the microchips bringing down. So if we run this, where am I? Didn't just mess up that belt, did I?
No, but you're messing up the bottom one if you. Well, you might potentially mess up the. Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Oh, that's too close, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's fine. The vertical one, you could put an inserter in here and it'd be fine.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Which, to be honest, is what I assumed you were going to do.
Yeah, I was overthinking it again.
Okay, Astrid. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll be hope we'll see you again in the next one. Sleep well until until you get up at like 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is you do. Right, so it's now loading up with green circuits, and it is building a chemical plant. Bum, 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 bum. Possibly do with, well, I say could do with blue inserters to fill it up would be a little bit, it would allow it to run a bit quicker, but it's just filling a box up for infrastructure, so it doesn't really matter. But if you wanted to run slightly quicker, you could replace the loading inserters with blue ones. 3 a.m. a lion, blimey.
It's in these two or that one?
Yes, the two that are loading it. Now, yellow to blue, you can upgrade just by dropping another one in on top of it because they're the same size.
Oh, okay.
It's only the red ones that are awkward.
Oh, I've only got one blue anyway.
Fortunately, you know what you did last week?
I made them.
Exactly, you automated them just to the south of here. Ooh, and a raid. Hello, Evil Snowball and friends. Welcome to the stream and Comet Speed as well. Thank you for joining us. We have Jen and her first game ever of Factorio, where she's going around and automating things at the moment. So got onto blue science at the moment, but also she's trying to remember where she automated blue inserters in the previous stream. So yes, there we go. There's a box full of them. Nice. So yeah, but things are going pretty well. I'm guessing you're another Factorio streamer, are you? Are you playing vanilla, or you've just demolished the box? You might want to put that back and set a limit on it again. Are you another Factorio streamer then? I'm guessing, Snowball. I assume because I imagine that would be why you'd come along to raid another Factorio streamer. Are you playing vanilla or one? Oh, a few quals. Okay. Yeah, I've just come out of a 2-year long space exploration with Crastorio 2 run, so that's this is now the palate cleanser after playing the same game for quite literally 2 years and about I think we reckon 200 videos so far. So yes, this is a little bit of a change of pace. There we go. Yep, and on the other side. Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, there's VODs and videos on my YouTube channel, so if you're interested, please do feel free to go over and have a look. I'm working on a sort of a retrospective series at the moment where we go back and have a bit of a look at how things went and what we talk about, what we do differently and stuff like that. So those videos will be coming out over the next sort of couple of weeks. But yeah, at the moment I'm just doing a Satisfactory stream on Mondays and this beginner plays Factorio on Wednesdays. Where I'm basically just wandering around, making snarky comments, and sort of being a little bit helpful sometimes. I see myself as sort of a construction bot with an attitude. You haven't put a limit on your chemical plant production, by the way.
Oh, going crazy with chemical plants. How many do we need?
2 stacks would be plenty for now, I reckon. You could, as I say, you can always come back and change it later if you need to.
Okay.
Yeah, I played Space Exploration 0.5, the previous version, all the way through on my own, and then did 0.6 with Crastorio 2 because I had 3 friends who joined me, and we decided that adding a bit more in to make it a bit harder would be a good idea. And so yeah, it was a bit of a challenge, which is why it took us 2 years, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a nice popular stream on the channel as well, especially once we got into the late game parts of it. So yeah, can recommend. Undependable down there is one of the people who was working with me on that stream. Well, I say working with me. He was working against me on the stream, but we somehow managed to finish it anyway. Okay, so you now have 13 chemical plants. That's probably enough to get you started. Yeah.
So we need. So the whole point of this was to make sulfur, I believe.
Yes.
So we've got the chemical plants now, so we need water and petroleum gas and to put the chemical plant somewhere.
Yes. These are both good plans. So you've got a machine placed down ready to make your petroleum gas. I don't think you've actually set it going yet, but it will eventually kick in and start producing it. I've missed a couple of lights over here. That's bad of me. Pachunk. Pachunk. Oh, she's off. Let's chase her.
Trying to find my memory.
Where did I leave it? Yes. Okay, Comet. Well, thanks for stopping by, and yeah, we'll maybe drop in a follow if you want to find out how Jen gets on with the factory, and maybe we'll see you next week.
Right, yes, we didn't actually do anything, or I didn't do anything with this. Okay.
No.
So.
The pipe is fairly full, though. It's about 62% full, so that's getting on. It's filling up gradually from the pumps you're putting down at the bottom.
No, undo it.
I don't think that was what you meant to do. Control Z. Actually, not Control Z won't do anything at this point. You'll just put a ghost back in. You'll have to put it back in yourself. But still, if you can now press Q on it to select it, and then put one down from your inventory. If you put it in the right place. There we go. Now left click on it and tell it what you want it to do. Right, there we go. So you've got alt mode on. Yes, you have got alt mode on. Good. So that's running happily. It's got the oil coming in. It's producing the petroleum gas. Now, if you look at the machine, you'll see that the petroleum gas is only actually coming out of one of the outputs on it. Yes, that's correct. So that's where you'll need to link up your chemical plant to. Another thing to be aware of is when you're doing a machine that uses liquids, they're fussy about where you put the inputs. So I suggest you put the chemical plant down first and program it to the recipe you want it to do to see which way round it's going to put the inputs, and then think about how you're going to run, where you want to actually put it and how you're going to run the pipes and stuff like that. Okay. You did bring a chemical plant with you, didn't you? Oh yes, good, you did. Yeah, you got.
I'm pretty sure yes, I did.
Yeah, you got 5 of them. Excellent. So just stick one of those down wherever you like. and then tell it what you want it to do, and then try and remember for a minute or two which of the inputs is which, because it matters. So there you go. The water goes into what I'm going to call the right-hand one, stage right, and the petroleum gas goes into the left-hand one when you're looking at the back of the machine. So there you go. You see, as you're rotating it, you can't flip it, so it will always be that way round. So, for example, if you put it there and you're going, oh, I know, I'll just run the pipe across like this, that won't work because you're trying to put petroleum gas into the water input. So you can't do that. So you might want to move that down a couple of squares, or you might be planning a completely different way of linking everything up. It's very much up to you. You'll need to rotate that to flip it round, but that's fine.
Yeah, I knew that.
That's all right.
So now we just need water.
Yes. And you know how to get water because you've done it before to get electricity. Yes, that was intended to be enough of a hint that you could go off and have a look at how you did it before and go, oh yes, I remember.
Right, so we need a pump.
Specifically, it's a specific type of pump, but yeah, because there is a thing that is called a pump, and that is not what you need. But yeah,
an offshore pump.
Yes.
And then, well, see that we ran straight into the machine, but do we need pipes to run it across?
Yes.
I'm guessing because it's a fluid.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Get rid of some of these trees from over here.
You've stopped researching, by the way. I don't know if there's anything else you want to research while you're messing around with in the forests. Right.
Yes. So,
yes, your flammables haven't led to anything else useful at this point because you certainly need at least. I can't tell exactly what you need unless you click on them. But you need others. They're red, so you need something that you don't have at the moment.
Yeah, blue science for most of that, I think, by the looks of it. So
yeah.
I could make Mike happy by doing concrete.
It'll take more than concrete to make Mike happy, I suspect.
Right, what shall we make? Do we need automated rail transportation? Upgrade. Okay. This one?
Oh yeah, just get yourself some more inventory space so you can carry more rubbish around with you. That's always that's always useful because it's just a bit more space in your pockets, and then you can carry more stuff. So sure, if you want.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not going to say no to anything you choose. I'm just going to try to give you an idea of the sort of things you get from it. Yeah, so anything that's tall, like a tree or a pylon, you can only select the bottom of it. So if you try and chop down the top of a tree, nothing happens. It doesn't count that as part of the tree. You have to go for the bottom of the tree, and the same with the pylons.
I've got a bit mad on chopping this forest down now, but
Yeah, temper.
Get rid of it. Right. Okay. So, do I have an offshore pump in my inventory?
Probably
Offshore
not.
pumps.
I think it's a it's a
Electricity?
production. I think. Yes, it's a production thing. Third row. That one. Yeah. Nope. Third one in. Yeah.
Recipe for 51. I don't feel like I make them enough, so I could just pocket craft some.
Agreed. Yeah, I think yes. The offshore pumps you need in quite small quantities. So at this stage of the game, you might as well just make them in your pockets. Right. So where do you want to put it? You pick the one place where there's a tree, still a tree.
Get that tree for me, please.
No, apparently. There we go. There we go.
Yay. And then we need to run some pipes.
Yep.
We don't really need all this excess belt here, do we?
You'll probably need more electricity in the future.
More electricity. And that's probably why we did that. Where am I trying to take it to? Down there. So maybe if I run it... Oh, look. Let's just get rid of this forest.
Tree rage. Right, I think that's probably enough of it, unless the forest has offended you and you wish to completely annihilate it. I think you can probably squeeze a pipe through this gap here. It's just about wide enough, I reckon.
Whether we've got enough pipe, I guess we'll find out.
Fortunately, there's a machine making several hundred of it up here. In fact, I put in a second machine to make more because I felt bad about giving you bad advice.
No.
Oh, you've run out of pipe. You've run out.
Oh, that's why it's not working anymore. Okay. Let's go and get some more pipe because we've got loads, haven't we?
Yeah.
Cooking somewhere.
Yeah, we've got plenty now.
Which part of my factory is it in?
I was going to advise zooming out, but actually that probably helps me more than it would help you, partly because I've got a bigger screen and partly because I recognise the icons more from increased familiarity. Right, there's 3,200 in these two boxes in total. That might keep you going for a little while. As I say, I felt a little bit bad about you running out, so I put in a second machine, so it wouldn't happen again. If you shift left click and you'll just take a stack, chuck a stack straight across into your inventory rather than having to drag it across like that. If you control click, don't do it just yet, it will take all of the pipes in the box. So if you want all 1,600 of them, then you can control click on one of them and you'll just get all of them. But that might be a bit much, even with the tool belt research that we've just finished. I say we, it's your research.
Now. Oh, that's finished as well. Okay, we'll go there in a minute. Just finish this, because otherwise I'll lose the plot again on what bit I'm doing.
Fair. There are many plots.
Right.
And they're quite easy to lose.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Oh, wrong button. Just gonna fit through here.
This is some serious spaghetti.
Oh no! I'm on the wrong side of my own pipe.
You're trying to build. Okay, there we go. Oop, hubble bubble, toil and trouble.
Lovely bit of spaghetti.
That is some spaghetti. Yes. Okay, now how are you going to get the sulfur out?
I don't know. There's not an output.
No, well, sulfur is a solid.
Get the sulfur out.
Sulfur is not a fluid. Sulfur is a solid.
Okay. So I need a belt and a inserter.
Yes, that's right.
Do I need a belt or do I need a
I don't think you're going to fit
box?
anything other than a belt in there. Sulfur is not
Oh, okay.
something you tend to require in your pockets very much, so I'd say chuck it straight in the belt and deal with it.
Where am I trying to run with this?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. What was the point in all this?
It was an
Right.
ingredient for blue
We've
science.
made. Yes, so we've got the sulfur. So what did we need next for blue science? That was where we were at. Sulfur, advanced circuits, and engine unit.
Mm-hmm. So which one of those do you want to tackle next?
Oh. So we've got making somewhere, which we're just right. Okay.
Your webcam's frozen.
So we've already got mine.
Yeah.
Am I back?
No, and your voice. Oh, maybe actually. It looks like a bandwidth issue, but I've seen a speed test on your connection and it's ludicrously fast, so I don't think it could be that. Do you want to disconnect and reconnect, and I'll pull you back in? And yeah, because it's breaking up a lot. I think it might be maybe it's a Discord issue.
Yeah.
Actually, never mind. No,
I'm only catching.
It seems to be never mind. It seems to be okay again now. Do I sound well? Can you hear me again now properly?
Yeah, I think you're back now. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Am I back?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's probably just a brief Discord glitch
Okay.
then. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
Where was I at? I lost
You were
my
looking
train
at
of
red
thought.
circuits, I think. And trying to decide. Oh no, you're looking at blue science and trying to decide whether you wanted to make red circuits or engine units.
Yes, and then I just sort of thought, well, we do already have something making engine units. Can I run anything from there down here?
I mean, the answer to questions like that is always yes. The question you actually want the answer to, which I can't help you with, is: do I want to do that? Is that the best way to do it?
Is it making these? It's over there, isn't it? Where is it?
No, you've looped round it and gone past it. It's to your north.
I've lost the plot.
I say to your north, to the north. Actually, no, to your north is correct because it's north relative to where you are. A bit further. There they are. Now, one thing you might want to consider here is speed of production of things. Because you have one machine up there making engine units. And it's a relatively slow recipe. I don't want to... We talked last week about not wanting to go too deep into the into the counting of trying to get perfect ratios and things. But I feel that this is a sufficiently major one that I possibly should point it out. Or I could just let you... Or you could just take the feed from there and then see when it becomes a problem. And that's also an option. I don't know how much to help.
Is it the input speed? Can we... Well, would switching these for blue ones make any difference?
It'd make a bit of a difference, sure.
Because we've got a few blue ones now in there, haven't we?
We've got
Yeah,
we've got
we've got
essentially
those.
unlimited blue inserters now. You've automated the production of them, so they are essentially unlimited. They're not going to run out as long as we don't run out of input resources. And if we do, that just means you need to put more production in somewhere.
Oh, press wrong button. And these are ones that I can just drop over this, right?
Yes, that's correct. Actually, what I should have told you, now come to think of it, is look at the inserters. Look at what is running. At the moment, the input inserters aren't doing anything, so therefore they are fast enough. Currently, the machine is running, so the machine is currently the weakest link in the system. So these two inserters are completely idle, so that means they're fast enough. This inserter at the top is also idle at least most of the time. So again, it's fast enough. The thing that is running constantly is the machine in the middle. So that is currently the thing in that build system that is struggling the most. If you look at this one up here where we're making the refineries, at the moment nothing is running, and that's because the chest on the output is full, or is full enough. But if I remove that limitation a little bit, then you see again it's everything's kicked in. At this point, you see the machine in the middle is not running. This inserter at the bottom is running constantly, though. So that means that in this system, that inserter at the bottom is the weakest link, and therefore, if you want to make the whole system run faster, that would be the thing you need to upgrade. In this particular case, we don't care about how long it takes to make the oil refineries because we've got enough of them. But as it is, the machine is running and has now stopped running, but the inserters are still going. So that means the inserters are the slowest point in the system. On the one you're actually looking at down here, the one that's making the engine units, it's the assembly machine itself that is the limiting factor. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good, because I wasn't 100% sure how coherent I'd been, so I'm glad it makes sense. So, despite what I said, it actually turns out upgrading those inserters was probably not necessary.
Is it worth upgrading the assembly machine to number 2?
That would
Or
help.
is that...
Yeah, so that would go from, if we look at the numbers in there, the assembly machine 1 has a crafting speed of 0.5. The assembly machine 2 has a crafting speed of 0.75. So it's 50% faster. So instead of taking... how long does an engine take to make? An engine takes 10-second crafting time. So instead of taking 20 seconds to craft, it'll take 13 seconds to craft. I think. Sounds right. So it's better, certainly. It'll be down to 13 seconds per engine unit made instead of 20 seconds per engine unit made. So the question is,
will it replace?
Yes, and it will even keep the same recipe, which is really convenient because boom, it's just done like that, and it's yeah, you don't need to faff around with it. However, do you want to think about what sort of speed you want to try and make the blue science packs at, and how maybe if you want to go and have a look at, so when you do a research, if you look for example at, I don't know, the any of the researchers that use blue science as an example. Yeah, that one would do. So if you click on that one. So you see up there in the top left, it says it uses 1 red, 1 green, 1 blue, and 30 seconds, and it does that 250 times. So it needs to use the same number of each of the science packs. And I believe in vanilla, every single research uses the science packs in the same, all of the science packs that it actually uses in the same numbers. So you'll never find one that uses twice as many reds or twice as many blues as it does greens or something, anything like that. So ideally, you want to be producing all of the science packs at the same speed. So you can either have a look at the machines down there, or you can use the production graphs to see what speed you're making the other ones at, and maybe consider trying to make the green one, the blue one, sorry, at the same speed. Or you can go, this is much harder, I'm just going to set up a beginner system that will just produce them at a rate, and who cares what the rate is, and then I'll worry about making it run a bit faster later, because that's essentially what you did with the red and green signs over here over on the left by the power area. You went, well, I'll just put in one machine making red science, one machine making green science, see how it gets on. We can start doing some science with that, and then we went, oh wait, this is really, really slow. Let's expand it, and we expanded it, and then we expanded it down here. So you could do that with blue science as well. You could just make one machine making blue science, and then see how you get on, and then potentially put further machines in later if you decide you need to be making it fast, or when you decide you need to be making it faster. I'm essentially just trying to throw ideas at you, and then let you decide what you want to do. But I'm aware that I might be sort of. I'm trying very hard not to railroad you, basically, whilst also sort of giving you sort of little hints and sort of a little bit of direction and little bits of advice. So, yeah. I'm certainly not going to, if you say I want to do such and such a thing, I'm not going to tell you no, and I will help you get it up and working, and then we can. And if it's a non-ideal, if it's a thing that turns out to have problems later, then we'll deal with those problems later. That's absolutely fine. That's how the game works. You build a thing, see how it goes, see what doesn't work about it, and you make it better. That's sort of the whole point of it.
Okay, good. I think my brain just went.
Does that usually happen when I talk too much? Okay.
Yeah. No, it's just I think like there's so many options. My brain's going, right, which one do I concentrate on? Which one do I
Yeah, that's fair enough. Maybe
prioritize and
maybe as a starting point, just get it working. Don't worry about any of the sort of how don't worry too much about exactly how you do it, whether it's the best way, anything like that. Just get it working however seems easiest at first, and then solve the problems as they occur. So build it up, and when you find something isn't working as you'd like it to, that's an area to concentrate on and to expand further. And when you find something else isn't working, and then you basically there's always going to be something that isn't working fast enough. And the way you play Factorio is you work on those things that aren't fast enough until it's fast enough, and then you discover there's another science pack to do, and then you work on that one until it's fast enough, and so on. So yeah, that's yeah, go for it, basically.
good. I'm just gonna get another research on the go to put off procrastinating on which one I was looking at.
Okay.
What looks good?
Circuit network allows you to control things with logic, essentially. So you can tell something to run if there's based on certain conditions from something else. It's really, really powerful. It's really complicated. It can be really complicated. You can do almost anything with it, but you don't have to do really complicated things with it. You can do simple stuff with it as well.
Okay.
But it allows for extra control and things like that.
All right. I need to take a restock because I've got myself really confused. I was looking at engines to figure out, because I think that was the thing I was looking at doing next. So we went up to look at engines because
you needed them for blue science.
We needed them for blue science. And then lots of talking happened and I've lost the plot.
I shall attempt to help you find the plot.
Thanks. Right, we needed engine units and we needed advanced circuits. And plastic bars we've not looked at. So I think I'd just gone, let's get the engine units on the go. And then I'd said maybe we can run them from further up. And then we got sidetracked by making those machines run faster.
Yes, that sounds about right. Good summary. And then I talked too much.
Excellent. And then you talked a lot, and my mind got blown. So engines. We could run down here towards our chemical plant. Because if we're setting up blue science, we'll need it down here.
Yes.
That was where I'd kind of got to. But the question is, do we just do another engine machine down here, I guess? And we're looking at how quickly this makes them. Nah. So it only needs 2 engines for the...
Yes, 2 engines makes 2 chemical science
Should
packs.
be.
The recipe produces 2 each time it runs. So every 2 engines you put in it, you'll get 2 chemical science packs out. Well, assuming you have the other ingredients as well, of course.
Hmm. Because we're only using these for cars, really. I'm just thinking maybe we just take them out of here and run about down there to where I need them.
Okay, if you want. Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to do that. No idea if it's the right thing.
Well,
just do it. See what happens.
If it turns out it's something you then regret later, it doesn't actually matter. You can just pick it all up and build it again. There are no penalties in Factorio to putting something down and then picking it up again, with the possibility except for time. It takes up some of your time, but that's the only penalty.
Ah, just picked in the wrong place. Oh no, not that way. Ah.
Left and right are difficult.
I'm running this anywhere near where I need to be.
I was wondering how far ahead
Where
you
am
were
I
planning.
trying to get?
I had no idea how far ahead you were planning.
Where do I want to go? Down here.
Can you zoom out any further? That might help you plan.
Right, I'm going there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, not close enough. Nah, thanks.
That's all right. I thought you might appreciate a little bit of help there.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you've more or less mastered running belts. Well, I think you've more or less learned how to run belts, even if mastered is slightly too generous a term.
Yeah, fair. If I've got enough underground belts. Oh, have I run out of belts?
Looks like.
How have I used all my belts?
Have you seen your base?
Them, aren't we?
Yes, they're being made in massive quantities. Just in your original automation area, just over here, which you can't see because you're zoomed in too far. North, basically.
Oh, okay. Ah, wrong one. Belt. How many we got?
Control click. Take the whole
right,
lot. Just control click. Get the whole lot. There you go.
That'll take a while to unwrap.
Yeah.
Okay.
At some point, you might as well grab some more underground belts while you're up here, actually. They're further up to the northwest as well. Or mostly west. Northwest by west. Yeah, that one. Can't see how many you got, but as I can. Oh, you got a decent number of those, actually. You're not doing too badly.
Okay. Zoom out. Right, where am I trying to get these?
It's a good question. So your sulfur production is just off to the west of where we are at the moment. Your science production, or your red and green science production, is just off to the south of where we are at the moment. Up to you at this point.
This is to make blue science, sulfur, advanced, and okay. I'm gonna go for over here somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to go up and put the inserter on the beginning of this belt, or are you not ready for that yet?
Yeah, you can put the
Shall I
inserter
put a
on.
gap
That's
in here,
absolutely
and then
fine.
they'll only run to this point, and then you can come back and put that in when you're ready for the engines to start arriving?
Yeah,
gap.
sure.
Okay. That way, as you're rethinking things, you won't find a load of engine units finding themselves in uncomfortable places.
Okay. So that's going to get the engine unit over here. I've got sulfur there. And what else do I need? Engine unit, sulfur, and advanced circuits. How do I make advanced circuits? We need plastic bars, copper cables, and electronic units. Plastic bars we've never done before, so we need to do plastic bars.
Yes.
Which we can't pocket craft. And we need the petroleum gas for that. Oh. At the moment, are you laughing at me?
Only a little bit.
Laughing at my realization of all the petroleum gas is going into the chemical unit.
Yeah,
Plant.
I mean it's not an
No.
insurmountable problem though. You have a lot of crude oil coming in, and yeah, it doesn't matter. You can shift stuff around, or you can go, or you can redesign, or you just whatever.
Right, so we need another chemical plant. Making plastic bars, which takes crude oil
No,
and water.
no,
No.
all wrong. Well, actually, no. You were right up. You said you're right. The chemical plant making plastic bars was correct, but it doesn't use crude oil and it doesn't use water. It uses petroleum gas, which is made from crude
Petroleum
oil by an
gas.
oil refinery, and it uses coal, not water.
Uses coal, not water.
Yes, the plastic bar is coal and petroleum gas. Sulfur is petroleum gas and water. And you're already making sulfur. Plastic is different because of the spelling.
I see. Good. So that is putting it there. Oh, I guess it doesn't necessarily need to go straight into a machine. It can go into a pipe
Yes.
and run a couple of machines from that oil refinery.
Yeah, and the oil refinery produces 45 petroleum gas every 5 seconds. So you've got a certain amount coming out of it, certainly.
Okay. So we need to take this up, run, at least we'll get rid of this bit of spaghetti, I think. So we could run a pipe. I could run a pipe along here and have water coming along there. That's got to go into there. Now, how am I going to get that there?
Remember,
My
you have
brain.
underground pipes. Underground pipes can go
Okay.
under above ground pipes. And under belts, and under... They can go under everything, basically, because they go underground. They can even go under water, they can go under cliffs, as you've discovered. They can go under trees, they can go under absolutely anything. They're... Yeah, I think you're right, Sophia.
Okay.
I am looking forward to doing a sort of doing a bit of a retrospective about this later when we finished it and find out what Jen has enjoyed, what she's not enjoyed, and all those sort of things. In fact, maybe we should do that every sort of few streams. So maybe maybe we'll produce a video at some point in the next little while or something like that. Hello, Seelan. Welcome.
You can't just move things, can you?
No,
There,
there is a mod for that, but no.
You've got,
You can if you
take it up and put it down again.
if you copy and paste it, then you at least any settings you've applied to it will be still part of it. But you'll still have to place the building again as well. And also you can copy and paste more than one thing if you need to move more than one thing. But yeah, it's not so. I'd say it's going quite well. We have some interesting pipe work and belt work going on over here. Jen is currently trying to get Blue Science up and running, and that's the sort of the challenge for today, should we say? I got killed. That was a bit unexpected, and not by Jen, I should probably say. But yeah, I think things are going pretty well. We're making progress.
You can probably hear the cogs turning once again in my brain. I'm thinking put it here and then I can use literally. Right, but we need to get another copper. Right, if I put it in over here. Okay.
Did you want the output there as well?
I think we might end up moving the output, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because then we can run this. So I want to run this pipe. Oh no, it's moved. Oh no, I got it the wrong way around, haven't I?
Remember, pipes can go underground. It doesn't matter. You can cross the streams.
Do keep forgetting that. Yes. Let's just attach this and then worry about it.
Yes, Blue Science is indeed where things start to get a little bit more complicated.
Oh, hello. What did I do?
Mouse clutzing, I'm afraid.
Okay, and then. Oh no! What is that?
I think you have to put. You might have to put the underground pipes in slightly more manually than that. Whatever it is, it's a mess. Let's get rid of that and that and that. I'm not sure what you did, but whatever it wasn't right. Remember, you can't put two pipes of different types right next to each other. It won't. The game, in theory, won't let you. In fact, the game won't let you because you can't mix two different types of fluids. So you need to always leave at least one piece of gap between pipes and between pipes holding one type of liquid and pipes holding another type of liquid. Underground pipes aren't fully beholden to that rule, so you can do funny things with underground pipes and it'll be fine.
Will it run randomly this way?
I'm not sure what you're trying to do.
Yeah, those two,
That makes two of us, she says.
basically. Uh, um,
So
I'm trying to figure out how to connect this to this.
so where would you like the pipe to go? Other than from A to B, be a bit more specific about it.
Underground somehow to get from here to here.
Yeah, you can't run diagonally underground. It can only go in in Cartesian directions, orthogonal directions even.
So can it go up there and then round there and there?
Yes, I think if you mean what I think you mean, then yes. There you go. So there's an underground pipe that's carrying the petroleum gas, well, under. So that's good. Sophia says that's perfect, so he agrees. There we go. Oh, and your chemical plant agrees as well. It's doing a nice yellow glowy thing. And bubbly thing rather than glowy thing. Yeah, I think it's only glowing because somehow I'm shining my torch straight through the machine. So that's the sulfur.
So that's the sulfur up and running again.
Yeah.
And then lovely. I need to get coal for the was it these? No, these. Yes, coal, gas. So we need another chemical plant with the petroleum and coal.
Yes.
Right. So we need to first of all, no, not that. Figure out what way round the chemical plant needs to be, because you said it depends on what it's making.
Yeah, it might be slightly more sympathetic if you're putting down if it only has one input. Certainly, because it only has one fluid input. It might let you put it into either of them. I don't remember for certain because it's been a while since I did this. But
Okay.
yeah, so stick one down, have a look at it.
What is this?
That's the easiest way to do it. Your arms aren't that long.
Look in the pipes. Chuck it there and see.
Regular says one fluid can go into either of the inputs. So yeah, I wondered about that, and I wasn't sure because over here we have the oil refinery is doing a one input one output recipe, but presumably because of what you can do later with oil refineries, I guess it isn't any input and any output. It is one specific input and one specific output. But oh yeah, Regular was quite right. You can use either of the inputs for the petroleum gas, and you'll notice on the other side, out on the output side here, there are the outputs don't have any blue arrows by them, in the same as over here, because there aren't any fluid outputs for it. So yeah, but because there's a petroleum gas symbol on both of the inputs, that means you can put it into either one. It doesn't have to be both of them, but it doesn't matter if it's both of them. So you could have a petroleum gas input there, you could have it there, you could have it like that. All of those are fine.
And can I run it off this pipe and it'll be fine, or do I need some sort of special thing like a splitter or?
No pipes. You don't need splitters for pipes. If you join pipes together at 90 degrees, then they will automatically form a T shape. There you go. That's joined. I mean, it's unpowered and it doesn't have coal, but other than that, the petroleum gas part of that is working fine. I'll even stick in some power because I'm nice like that. So okay, yeah, that's good.
Cool. So now we just need to get coal over here, and we've got some up here, which is making quite a lot. What is this doing? Are we gonna run out? It's not going too quickly.
No, you're not going to run out there. I do note though that the belt where it comes out of the mining area, I've been sort of watching this and thinking, "Ooh, that's a little bit low. It's a little bit low," but it always seems to recover. But there isn't an enormous amount of coal coming out of your coal mine. It's keeping up at the moment. It is okay at the moment. But I'm loosely aware that at some point you're probably going to get a blackout because you're going to run out of coal and the power station's going to go down. But that is just part of playing Factorio. It is inevitable and will happen to everyone eventually. However, in the meantime, you might want to increase the amount of coal mining that goes on. But there's certainly no harm in tapping off the coal belt up here. You're quite right, Sophia.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
eventually there's
So
going
let's
to need
do
to be
that.
multiple buildings working together. However, I'm trying not. There is. I'm trying to. Essentially, I'm trying to keep Jen safe from the sort of the meta, the way that everybody plays the game, because the whole point of a beginner stream is for is for someone to play the game in a way that isn't the way that just everybody plays Factorio. So it's far more interesting to see what answer she comes up with than me going, well, if you do this and this and this and this, then that's the best way to do it, TM. The different and interesting ideas are far more interesting than just yet another person playing Factorio. If I wanted it to be Laurence shows Jen how to build his standard base design, then I think that would be much less interesting. You're right. There is no one correct way to play. However, there are some techniques that are more efficient than other techniques, should we say?
What am I doing wrong here?
Sorry, I wasn't watching. You're one square away from you're not. The splitter needs to split from the belt, so it needs to be on the belt. Oh, it's just out of reach. You're too far away.
But then it goes yellow.
You're too far away. You
Oh,
can't
okay.
reach.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, I'm definitely doing it right, but it's not letting me. Okay. We need a belt. Oh no, stop. Chaos. What have I done?
I don't have any problems with blueprints in general, but I don't like importing other people's blueprint books because I feel like that's just letting somebody else play the game for you and have the fun for you. I would much rather build my own blueprints. But then, once I've built a blueprint, I will very happily use them. I think they're incredibly useful, but I don't like to use other people's blueprints. Building things that Jen has dropped onto the as blueprinted into the area, it doesn't count. That's different. No, you can't feed coal. Coal is a solid. You need to use an inserter. You can't just feed it into the pipe hole. However, that does mean you can put it into the machine anywhere you like. It doesn't have to go in a specific place.
No, that's going to be too close now, isn't it?
No, that was if you'd gone across from that one, that would have been the correct place. I've noticed you tend to go up to a corner and then turn it like that. Right, now it's making plastic. One of the things I really like about the animations on the chemical plants is when you've got two ingredients going in. I think, or is it when you've anyway, depending on the colours of the things going in and out, you get different colours of liquid swirling around in the bottom of the machine and smoke coming out of the top of it. So if you look at when you've got both of these running at the same time, you'll see yellow swirling around in the sulfur one, and probably white swirling around in the chemical in the plastic making one. And I think you get black smoke coming out of the top of the chemical plant for when it's making plastic, because coal is one of the inputs. So it's all colour coded, which looks really pretty. Oh yes, I will actually. Yes, you're quite right, Sophia. The one exception to using other people's blueprints is belt balancers. I will happily use somebody else's belt balancers because life's too short.
So we've got them making. This was all to do this. To make this.
Yes.
So we now need to do the advanced circuit.
Correct.
I don't know why I just closed that. Plastic bars. So the plastic bars need to go into
Assembly machine,
and we need to do copper cables and electronic cable circuits also to go in to the assembly machine to make the red chips. We've done this before, or part of that before.
Yeah, you've made green
Want an assembly
circuits.
machine? Yeah. So we can nick the blueprints for those bits. And an assembly machine
Yeah, it's
perhaps
green circuits being made just
here.
down here.
Amazing. Yeah.
And therefore also copper cables, because that's one of the ingredients for the assembly machine, for the circuits.
Feeding into there, and then
Leave room for the
we can
inserter.
move that. There. That's feeding into there. That's feeding. I think I'm gonna move that inserter that's at the moment to the north.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I
what's
won't build
that
that
one
bit
doing
out.
that's feeding in?
So at the moment,
And what's that one feeding in?
the one on the left was feeding iron in. Because
So we
you
need
need
some
iron plates
iron.
for the green circuits.
I'm just gonna pop this down a minute.
Okay. Do you want me to start building any of
And
it? I
what?
can put the machines in. Or if you're going to move them again, there's no point.
I might move it. I'm
Okay.
just sort of
Okay, I'll wait a
thinking out
moment
loud.
then.
I'm just wondering what the other side of this machine's doing. Whether it can feed the iron.
Well, there is iron
No, we can't.
just over here. It's not a million miles away.
Yeah, we can run this over to here. So maybe we can.
Okay, what's Exotic Industries about, Sealan? I don't recognise that one. I'm not sure whether I've heard. I don't think I've heard of it. And I'll probably be looking for a new mod pack to try in about 6 months when I finish Space Age. The belt's going downwards, so you need to flip that round.
Maybe from up
Maybe
there.
put that
You
two
can start
higher.
building these
Okay.
2 higher.
I'm replacing your 2 yellow inserters in the middle there with a single blue inserter because it's better. Okay, thanks, regular. I'll take a look at it at some point.
Okay.
Right, you are making green circuits over here.
Making green circuits, which we wanted to green circuits, plastic bars. So now we need an assembly machine to make these. Does it matter if it's an assembly room 2 or 1? Is there a speed? What's the speed difference?
There is the standard speed difference. The assembly machine 2 is 50% faster than the assembly machine 1. Other than that, there's no reason why you can't make advanced circuits in an assembly machine 1. It's absolutely fine.
Okay. Here. Let's chuck it there.
Okay.
And then, so this is making these. And we need to run those, and those into it. um,
Yeah, you're not going to do much direct insertion with them arranged like that, but that's fine. You can use belts and inserters. That's what a lot of the game is about. Age-based
yeah,
progression.
so I think
That's a
I'm just
So
gonna.
carry on. I was sort of responding to what's happening in chat, but I don't want to. I don't want to distract you while you're playing.
I was just talking out loud, but if you want to
No, do.
answer that
That's
while
probably more.
I know.
If you've got thoughts to share, that's going to be more interesting than or more relevant at least than me randomly talking about other mod packs.
So I'm just working out really how I'm just going to feed things into here, and I could actually put that one directly into there, and then run belts for these two, for the outside two. If I move this along,
Yeah, sounds good. And
I'm
up as
going
well.
to do that.
You're in the way. No, one up from there, but you're in the way.
No. Ah, I'm always in the way.
I know.
There. And then a belt from here to here and there to there, I believe. Bum bum bum. We need inserters. Belts.
Always need inserters.
Belt. Mm-hmm. At the right distance. And
So yeah, that makes sense. So it'd be a bit like in vanilla Factorio. It'd be like you have to research a certain amount of a certain number of the ones that use just red science before you're allowed to start doing before you're allowed to start doing green science and that sort of thing. That sounds like it could be quite interesting. I will add it to the ridiculously long to-do list. but with more of a sort of thematic development along those lines. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, it's red circuits you're trying to set them onto.
yes. Oh yeah, I need to tell it what to do. That's what I need to do. I was like, why is it not doing anything? That's fine. Okay, so
Can't you
now
just guess what I want
we
you
are
to do?
making it. Just guess. How are you not getting this? Am I not psychic? What's going on? Okay,
It's pronounced
so
psychotic.
now I have. yeah. So now I have the engines that I need for blue sides up here. I need the red. I have the red circuits here that I need, and I have the sulfuring here. So I just need to bring it all together into a blue. Into a science bubbly
Assembly
thing.
machine. No, assembly machine.
No, assembly machine.
You still need to put it into an assembly machine. Then when you've made the blue science packs, then you feed them into the science labs.
Yes. Okay. Assembly machine. Where am I going to put you? Okay, so we've got those there. We've got that up there, which we can run underground. Will the belts go underground under these things?
You can have
They
can,
so.
but you can go a maximum of 4 squares underground, unless you start using the red underground belts, in which case you can go 6 squares underground. That is 6 underground squares, and then a 7th and 8th on the ends of it, which will be the ends of the belt essentially. So, for example, a I haven't got any underground belts. That's going to make demonstrating this slightly harder. Right. So a yellow underground belt could go from here to here, but couldn't go from here to the other side of the chemical plant. It couldn't go. That won't work. That's too far. But a red belt could do that.
So if I run this one down this track here, I should have enough underground belts anyway, right?
Yes. That'll do. You'll use 2 sets of underground belts, and it'll squeeze through that gap. Yes.
No.
Just keep dragging with keep dragging with the mouse. Move the mouse. There you go. Right, so that could be your motors. Or your engine units, sorry.
That's my motors. My thingies are there, and my sulfur's there. How do you get sulfur out? Oh, sulfur's now a solid, so I just need an inserter and a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Another belt. And pop the inserter. There. Oh, I need some more electricity, please.
It's alright. I got you.
Oh.
You could try and put this and the motors on the engine units onto the same belt, but I know how much fun you have doing that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Let me put an insert in an assembly machine and then stick that there. And then some Oh. Where's my dude?
Wrong way. Oh no. Yeah, wrong way.
Damn it.
You can just draw over an existing belt to turn it round.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. On the plus side, you've gained some red circuits in your inventory now, which might be useful later. You never know.
Why is that not working?
It is working. If you look at the machine,
Oh,
you can see it's running. It just takes.
Just slow.
It's a 6-second craft, which means in an assembly machine 1, it takes 12 seconds to make a red circuit. Oh, I'll go and link that belt back up with the motors on it.
Oh yeah, that'll help.
Yeah. Here they come, pouring down the belt at a rate of not all that quick because it's a yellow belt, but they'll be there eventually. They'll be there eventually.
Exciting. Almost making some blue science. And shall I pop these in a box for now? What did we do earlier? What did we do with the...
No, you don't want to put them in a box. You want this to be fully automated so you don't have to come over and fiddle with things. Yeah, you've got your other science packs being made over here, so you can go and have a look and see what you did with them.
So we put them on a belt.
Yes.
And put them into labs.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, the science packs are flowing down the belt this way, and then they're being grabbed by the inserters and chucked into the labs. and then the labs are passing them between the labs, because you can put, if you load the science into into one lab and then have an inserter passing it on, you can then have it pass into the next lab and then inserter passing it on to the next one. You don't want to do too many of those, because eventually the system will you won't be able to feed the sciences in quickly enough to keep them all satisfied. But 3 rows of it like this seems to be fine. So
Was that to get red and green together? Do we need?
You need to get all of the science packs into all of the labs for them to work, because a lab needs to have all of the science packs required for that particular research in order to be able to do work on that research. So all the ones we've been doing at the moment have been either red or red and green. So because these labs have got red and green in them, that's fine. If you just put blue into, say, this lab here, then only this lab would be able to do any sciences that require blue, so it would run a lot slower.
Okay. Good. So do we need to emulate what we've got over there, but with red, blue, and green?
I would say you need to just add the blue to where you're already doing red and green.
Mm.
Oh, and you've made 4 blue science packs now, by the way. 6 blue science packs now, by the way.
Excellent. So we need to get it out of here and feed it into these science labs, into the existing ones.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yes.
How? There's only 2 sides to a belt. Oh,
Gonna
extend.
Another belt, perhaps?
And
No, I was meaning literally have another belt running over there with the blue science on it. And yes, as Doopy says, he's got some good advice there.
okay.
The red inserters can, yes, they're called long-handed for a reason. We've not used them very much. I feel like we've used them like once or twice, and you forget they exist. I'm trying to see if any of your builds actually use them anywhere.
You're right.
I think there's sort of 1 or 2 places where they've been squeezed in, but that might have been just me pushing you with them a bit. I think you haven't really you haven't really internalized the red inserter.
No.
You've got used to the you've got used to using the other inserters, and you're getting used to underground belts. But I think you haven't quite got your head right. You haven't got. I mean, whilst I'm pretty sure you understand the concept of a long-handled inserter, I think you haven't really got it into your head how that. No, you haven't really got to the point where you think of it when you're trying to load things in from further away.
Yeah. Okay. So we need an inserter here, and then a belt.
The other way. Sorry.
I don't know how I did that. It was running the right way.
Yeah, I swapped one of them over for you. I shouldn't have helped, really. It just caused confusion. That's my bad. I'll just put lights in. That's a job I can be trusted with. Oh, we've done circuit network. I can start pissing about and doing silly things.
Oh, is that enough
They're
room
not that
to...
long. If you bring the belt along here, then a red inserter placed here will be able to grab off it. See how the hand lines up there?
I see. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Mm. Okay. So blue science is starting to trickle around. Inserters are set up. I need a pole over here. um,
Or to put the inserter on the other side of the other inserter.
yeah, just do that.
Oh, I miss
Blue
long
science
reach.
is only... I've not even had it and I miss it. So blue science is only trickling around. Is there any way, is that anything we can speed up?
Yes.
Or am I just being impatient?
No. You can definitely. You will definitely want to make it run faster than this.
Okay. The
Don't.
insert speed, right? No.
No. Take a look at the machine making the blue science. The inserters are all quiet. They're not doing anything, so they're fine. They've caught up with what's currently going on. The machine
Right.
itself is running constantly. It's about to finish, and as soon as it finishes, it dumps out like that, reloads again with also the inserters run for a moment. It's running again immediately. It didn't stop. So the limiting factor on production here right now is this machine.
It's the machine.
There is, yeah. That's the slow part of the process. So you'll notice over here you've got the red circuits are building up on the belt over here. You've got lots of the engine units on the belt up here, and you've got lots of sulfur on the belt over here. There is plenty of input. This machine is running constantly. There is insufficient output. It is the machine that is the problem.
Okay. So replace that with an assembly machine too?
That would help. Certainly that would give you an extra 50%. So yeah, might as well.
Can I just, did you say I can drop one over on
Yes.
these?
Yes, you
On
can
these
just drop it straight on top of it and it'll work fine. Oh, ignore the coloured lights, by the way. That's just me messing around because I'm playing with things.
Okay. Still not the fastest. Is there anything else that'll speed it up? Have I got anything?
So there are no faster assembly machines. So there are other places where you've made things go faster. How have you made things? How can you make things go faster if it's if the fastest machine you've got isn't fast enough?
More machines?
Correct.
Ah, that's what I did over here, look. Oh no.
I mean, you are producing blue science, so you could set a research going that uses blue science. It will just take a very long time to finish because you're currently producing blue science at a rate of about
Very slow.
4 per minute, apparently. No, 2 per minute.
Okay, so I need to emulate what I had over here with blue science.
Hey, no God. Yes, blue science is the Cliff's Note version of what's happened today. We went off looking for oil. We found oil, and then we turned some of it into blue science, and that is where we are at the moment. Yes. Now Jen is trying to work out how to make blue science work a little bit more in parallel than it currently is.
Input, input, input. Okay. So I need 2 things on one side and then these only took 2 sides, didn't they?
You do have something that has 3 things being fed into it on one side. Yes, think about the science labs. Perhaps.
Yeah, I've got the long handled ones to do the other side of it. I'm just trying to logistically work out.
Fair enough.
Sort it out in my brain. So if I move this down here. What am I thinking? Run that round there, run that round there. What is all this? It's confusing.
Oh, sorry. I put blue lights in. Because this is the blue science area, so I put blue lights in. That's as complicated. That's as far as it goes. Don't worry about the blue lights. They're just there to look pretty. I can stop messing. I can stop it if you want.
No, it's fine. I was just trying to figure out how I can get some more of these machines in down here and still feed in these 3 things and get the output onto the spell.
Yes.
Which.
That is indeed what you need to do.
It's all totally doable. Just might give myself more room.
Right. It is 11:30. So this might be... Firstly, this might be why you're having trouble thinking, because it's getting late. And secondly, it probably also means it's about time to finish. However, you have just got blue science up and running. Not fast, granted, but it is being made, and that is the first step. The first step is to get it working, and then you can go in and worry about going in and sorting out the bits that are running a bit too slowly and expanding it, making it work better and better. So I'd say that's a good piece of progress, and so potentially that means it's a good place. It's also quite a good place to stop.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to poke or hit or tweak before we finish?
I mean, I don't know.
That isn't a hint. It's a sort of just. Is there anything you're sort of really in the middle of and think I'd like to get that polished off before I go and do something different?
No, because I don't think I've got the pattern. This is the bit that I'd probably like to do next, but I need the capacity to do that. Is it feeding into the blues? Is this then feeding in now?
Into the labs, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If you look at the labs here, the ones over on the right have now got some in them, and it's being passed in and through. So they're all
cool.
Yes, they'll load up until they've got 2 each apparently. Yeah, 2 each apparently, 2 each of each, and so yeah, they are indeed filling up with the science packs. So and if you started a blue science using research going, it will get some way into it and then stop, but it would get some way into it. So yes, it is working.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's probably a good time to stop then, and then next week look at making that all run a bit faster and
parallelizing. I mean, that's kind of what you did with the first 2 streams. Yeah. In the first stream, you got red and green science up and running in a sort of a very small, slow, localized way. And then in the second one, you expand it out to running at a decent speed. And yeah, someone commented it earlier on in the stream that wow, science is going really, really quickly for the stage you're at. Get the red and green research is finished almost like that. That's why you're having to go in or you were going in and setting new ones going quite frequently. So yeah, it's going very well. But now you got onto ones that are actually a little bit more difficult, and it's started to be a little bit more of a challenge. But then that's the point. The idea is as you go further into the game, it gets gradually more and more challenging. So yeah, I think you're doing well, and you got all of the oil handling up and running this time. So there's the that oil patch that's blooming miles away, but you've run a suitably long pipe over to it, and and it's doing stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's working nicely.
And look at the spaghetti.
Yeah.
Oh.
Glorious spaghetti. Yeah, I'd say no. It's coming together well. I'd say doing it's coming together very, very nicely. It's expanding and yeah, very yes, definitely doing well. Right, so that will do for using nostalgia. Yeah, that's definitely true. I'd dig out one of my first save games and have a look at it again. But firstly, it would probably upset me, and secondly, I'd have to try and find an old enough version of Factorio that would actually load the damn thing and see what it looks like. But yeah, it would probably be horrendous. In fact, maybe that would make an entertaining video. I'll go back and have a look at one of my older factories and say, look at this, isn't it weird? Because it took me probably half a dozen tries, or at least half a dozen attempts, and then followed by restarting the game to actually launch my first rocket, because I got to the point where I built something up and I hated it so much I just couldn't deal with it, and I thought just start again from scratch. Whereas these days I've learned to go a bit beyond that, and I know you don't restart from scratch. You restart about half a mile over in one direction, because then you've still got your original factory that you can use to build up a bit of a bootstrap stuff, and you can just carry on where you got from, but just ignore what you did before, because if you don't like it. So I mean, that's sort of what we've got going on here. There's the I'm going to steal the stream for a moment. We've got the original factory over here that was making the first couple of science packs, and is sort of a cramped and a little bit awkward. And then it's expanded out to, well, we need a lot more iron than that, and we need to automate some more of the things and do all that up here. And also we need the factory to be a little bit more streamlined and parallelized. So that's happened down here. So yeah, that's kind of is going quite more or less following those sort of directions you'd expect. So yes, next week, come back next Wednesday when we shall be carrying on with this and trying to get the blue science up and running a bit more quickly, and we'll see where we go from there. I'm surprised there weren't more negotiations in this stream, but we'll see how we get on with those and what happens next time. And on Monday I shall be doing some more Satisfactory. So I did a little bit of AFK time with it after the last stream, and jumped forward a little. I've produced a bit more stuff, so I think I'll do a little bit more of that, and then hopefully next Monday's stream will probably be the last one, unless I find some sort of horrendous thing that I've broken, that's massively broken in there, other than the sort of the odd train jam or two that I went in and fixed. And I do still want to produce some videos from the K2SE retrospective, and so those will be coming out on the channel at some point as well. So make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, following the Twitch channel, yada yada yada, so you don't miss out on anything that goes on with the streams and the videos. Thank you very much for watching. Do you have any parting thoughts or words or anything, Jen, you'd like to drop on us before we end, or should we just draw a line here?
I think draw a line. Blue science is the way to go next week. So if we can all remember that, because I'll probably forget.
If in doubt, look for where things are running slowly and go in and make it better. That sounds about right. Okay, right. Well, Thank you very much, everyone who's been watching, and we'll catch you in the next stream. Bye bye, and good night.
Bye.
Right, stream is. Oh no, we still have.